teams, being professional, your presentation, and then just handling the pressure. It wasn't too long ago that I was in high school, and I remember doing group projects. And lots of times when we were doing group projects, there was always one person that kind of did all the work. Well, in the management competition in culinary, you all have to work as a team. So it's really important that everybody pulls their own weight. So if we want to go on to the next slide, is he moving that for me? Okay. So when you're picking your teams, and I think a lot of schools already have done that, hopefully you have really reliable people on your team. You want to give 110%. And when you're researching in management, in culinary, you guys need to make sure that you're doing a little bit of extra, like you're getting online and you're doing more, like your restaurant concept, doing some more research, going to Barnes and Noble and looking at magazines and books and talking to chefs, talking to restaurateurs, trying to get as much information background as you can get, because the judges are going to be asking you questions. So you want to be the expert on your item, your concept that you're doing or the food product that you're making. You want to make sure, because then you're going to be really confident. You want to be the expert in your restaurant concept. It's really important that you look nice and that your uniforms are clean, pressed. You all look the same. In management, you're going to wear the same outfit. You want to make sure that you can do the National Restaurant Association logo on there. You cannot do your concept. Just make sure you're clean. Being a past ProStart teacher, it's really important that you even wear the same socks. And I think Mr. Lamb will go over that too. Chef Lamb will talk about that. But I lost a point. One of my students had a printed t-shirt underneath their chef coat and lost a point. Their chef coats weren't long enough so you could see their bare skin when they bent over to work on their product. So teachers, really watch that, really check out. Make sure you're wearing the correct shoes. In management, girls, you can only have a certain height heel. So they're really into detail. So make sure you go through those rules and highlight all those little details. You don't have to do a PowerPoint presentation anymore, so we need to take that out on organization. But your posters need to look really nice. One poster will have the menu and the floor plan on it. The other one will have one of your marketing techniques. So you want to make sure you can get those done professionally. You type them up, do them on your computer, and then you can take them to FedEx and have them blown up. So if you have a graphics department in your school, work with them together. You guys can come up with a logo. Make it look very, very professional. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is just a picture of one of the teams that that competed a couple years ago. See how nice they look? One comment, just looking at them, they need to make sure they're all wearing the same clothing. So they all should have had the same pants. Their hair, your girls, your hair should be pulled back in management so we can see your face. Don't have elaborate jewelry on, no watches, no big earrings. So making sure you all look the same. Everything's gone to the dry cleaner. Have your pants to the dry cleaner. Have your shirts to the dry cleaner. And just make sure you look really professional. Okay? All right. So again, it's important to work as a team. Why are you doing this? You're doing it for, personal growth, number one. Number two, public speaking is that number one fear. Look at you. You're getting in front of all these people and you're presenting either your food item, your menu, or you're presenting your restaurant concept. So you need to help each other out. You need to know everybody's parts. So especially so you can help each other out. So if you see somebody, frozen, can't remember, you just go right in and help them out. Okay. Work as a group. Try not to have one person do it all. When we do management competition, my students went through the whole rubric and decided who was doing what and who was going to be the expert on that. Okay. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Think about that good project you did and the worst one, and so you can improve. Let's see. Dividing up tasks. Okay, have qualified people. If you have a math person, have them do the costing. If you have somebody that has a hobby as a photographer, have them photograph your food. Okay, so just looking at your team and what their strengths are and making that person in charge of that aspect of the rubric is really important. Okay. Okay. So practice, practice, practice. You don't have to do the PowerPoint anymore, but you have to know what you're doing. You have to develop that proposal. And those proposals have different segments of it. So you're going to be in charge of that one segment. Make sure you know it. Make sure you have fun type of slogan to go with whatever your restaurant concept is. Think about the different audiences. You're going to have judges and spectators watching you. So the more, if it's a little entertaining, that's good because you want people to be engaged and listening to your concept. Think about your tone of voice. Think about body language, what you want to convey when you're standing. You want to make sure you're all, you're standing straight, good posture. Where's your hands going to be? Is everybody going to be in the front? Is everybody going to be in the back? So just making sure have different people critique you and what's going to look good in the presentation of what your concept is. Next. Your restaurant, you should be passionate about it. You should really be thinking, yeah, I think I want to do this. I really do want to open up this restaurant. So I want you to connect with the audience and making sure they see that, yes, you believe in your concept. Okay. Smile, have good eye contact, speak clearly, make sure that you are so enthusiastic about it. And the more you do it in front of different groups of people, the more confident you're going to be. So when you come to compete, it should not be your first time. It should be your fourth or fifth time that you're presenting your project. Because again, you're going to get different feedback from different groups of people. And the more practice you have, the better you're going to be. And you're going to take first place gold, and then you're going to go to nationals. And we're talking a lot of scholarship money. So this is something you really want to put the effort in. Next. Okay. Try not to panic. You have hopefully you all have a mentor that's going to help you with your project. Bring them in. They want to help you. We have an advisory committee. Your school has an advisory committee. Bring in foodies to help you. Tell your parents you need help. You're going to have to make sure you do your lists, check them off, and don't wait till the last minute to do stuff. Divide it up and you'll get it done. Okay? Yeah, make sure you know each other's parts. I took my first team to nationals, my kids froze. And it's very, very sad when they got in front of the judges and they all froze. Not one of them talked, and it was over. So you want to practice and you don't want to freeze up. Okay? Next. Okay. Yep, we talked about that. So you can step in. Here's some of the judges from previous years. They're going to be looking right at you, and they're going to be taking notes. So you got to be used to that. I always tell my students kind of look above their hairline. They still think you're looking at them, but you're not actually looking at their face because sometimes that can trip you up. But looking just up above, smile, try to think good thoughts, and you'll do well. Okay. Any questions on presentation or comments? Okay. All right. There's something in the chat. Is that for me? Okay. No. We're good. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Competition. Here we go. Orientation. Next. Okay. Hey, here's the end product. I love the end first. These are the beautiful medals that you get for first, second, and third place is what's awarded. Your school will get a little plaque over there on the left. And if your school competes in hospitality, if they compete in culinary and management, they average the score. You get the highest score. You get the hospitality cup. It's huge. It's like 3.5 feet. And your school gets that, and you can put that in the lobby, and that's something you can brag about. So if you do both, you can get that cup. And then don't forget about the scholarship money. Does anybody know 2 years ago? I know when my daughter competed, but that was quite a long time ago, 2015, she got over $91,000 in scholarship money. So I think it's a little less than that now, but got tons of scholarships, and she did very, very well. And they took first place with their restaurant concept and then went to nationals and took third. So the goal is great. So she ended up going to Johnson & Wales and graduated with her bachelor's, and she's a pastry chef. Okay, team members. You can have 2 to 4 people. One will be your team manager. The team manager is there in case somebody can't compete, somebody gets sick, they can go right in and take their part. Team manager is a very important person because they have to know everybody's piece. So they kind of, you know, they're the one that's going to come in and help in case you need them. Okay, you're going to do a written business proposal. You're going to have your presentation. You're going to present in front of judges. It's a verbal presentation of the different categories. You're going to have 2 posters. We talked about that. One is going to have one of your marketing techniques, and the other one's going to have your menu and your floor plan. Okay? You can include your logo. So then it's really important that you go through the rules. I'm assuming all of you have seen the rules and that you've gone through and highlighted them. You're going to be in ProStartville, and there's going to be different scenarios. So you're going to have to pick either a food truck or a strip mall, the airport, or standalone. So you got to pick one of those, and then you're going to look at the criteria of ProStartville. It's really important if you guys could have a mentor, somebody that owns a restaurant to come in and help you. Majority of people would be really nice. Different types of restaurants. In the past, we've had Chili's, Red Robin's a great one. Any of you that are working and maybe your boss would be willing to look over stuff and just spend a couple hours with you going over some of the questions. Your parents are great resources too. Have you looked at the trends? What are the trends? What's popular now? The judges always like to see that you have done your research and you've incorporated maybe one of the trends that is happening in restaurants now and what's going on nationally with food. Next. Okay, there's our team again. There's our 2 posters. Look how professional those look. This is kind of what's going to happen is you're going to be standing in a little area, a boxed area, and the judges are going to come in and then they're going to ask you questions. Next slide. Okay. So you will enter and you can introduce yourself and say, hi, I'm Susie Q from ProStart High School, and I'm here, you know, and then go on to the next person. You cannot shake hands. So, because of COVID, and we just don't do that anymore. Team manager may not speak with the other team managers. Okay. Okay, we talked about that. So this is all about the team manager. So they cannot speak during competition. They can introduce themselves, but that's it. Okay, if you do need to replace them, you're going to stop, and then you're going to have to talk to the lead judge, and then we'll bring in your team manager to replace the person who got ill. Okay, these are tips. I've gone to quite a few competitions. The competition has changed a little bit, so we're following the national rules. It's really important, and Chef Lamb, I think we'll talk a little bit about this too, but is that you need to have a 1-minute kind of little pitch about what your restaurant is. You also need to introduce too that relates to who you are. So you want to divide up your different jobs, restaurant jobs. So you want one person to be in charge of, is going to be your chef. They're going to be in charge of the menu. These are just suggestions. Your front of the house manager could do the concept. What is the concept of your restaurant? Your general manager can talk about how the restaurant works, your operations. Your general manager or marketing specialist is going to be your marketing expert. So it's really important for you to identify, hi, I'm Susie Q, and I'm the executive chef for our restaurant. So then when the judges ask the question, you will identify yourself, and then you'll say how it relates to you. So of course, your chef is also going to be in charge of safety and sanitation. So when the judges ask you that, or the front of the house, then that person's going to step forward and identify themselves, and then they're going to answer the question. Okay? Again, present to as many groups as you can, 3 to 4 different groups before you come to state. It really does help. Again, we talked about administrators, advisory committees, you can come to our office and present to us. I mean, because we've got an advisory board too. So finding people, parent groups, the more people, my students always presented to the principal and the assistant principal. So that added practice does help. One of your marketing techniques should be giving back to the community. So we would take the FCCLA community outreach that they were doing for this year. In the past, it's been No Kid Hungry. 1 year, Cabin in the Woods, one last year or 2 years ago from Adams City. They did, their restaurant concept was in the airport, and it was a Colorado themed restaurant. And because of all the wildfires in California and Colorado, they did a huge donation to like round up their bill to firefighters. Okay, so taking one of them and giving it to the community is always a great idea. All right, general guidelines. Okay, so you're going to do this proposal. It's going to be typed 12 point times numeral, New Roman. Look at this. See how detailed it is? Your proposal is due February 21st. Okay, you're going to organize it into sections. You must have a table of contents. The front cover is going to have your school name, the name of the team members, your concept, and what year it is. 2022. Do you believe it? Can't believe it. So let me show you. Okay, so here's Cabin in the Woods. So there's their cover. Okay, just so you guys get an idea, and they have their logo. Okay? All right, next. Okay, your uniform. You can buy your shirts at happychef.com or ChefWorks. Girls, you can wear a 3/4 quarters inch sleeve like what I have on here today. It just goes 3/4. You cannot, boys, no ties, no bandanas, no type of costume. It's just real plain. Dress pants or skirts. Okay, skirts, of course, girls. I'm just kidding. So kids can wear black or khaki. Professional, there you go. Girls, no length, no more than 3-inch heels. You can have your ProStart logo, but no concept logo, no sponsor logos, no high school logos, no student names. And make sure everything's tucked in. My students even had matching belts. Okay, so make sure everything fits. Okay. Again, cleaned and pressed. Okay. All right. So here we go. 5 minutes. You're going to have 5 minutes to get in your little box, put your posters up, and then verbal presentation. So what you're going to do is a 1 minute elevator speech. The judges will come in, they'll be identified, and then they'll start asking you questions. So it's really important that you've got to sell your restaurant concept, because that's the whole deal. They're coming in to say, oh, do I really want this restaurant in ProStartville? You've got to sell it. Yes, you do. Can they hear you? Are you professional? Notice the girls on the right have their hair tied back again. Not lots of makeup. If you're going to wear earrings, make sure they're not big and gaudy. So again, identify who you are and what job you have in your restaurant. Okay, so you can make it cute. You can do little, like, if you're going to have little hand signals or slogans. Again, that should not be in there. Shake hands with judges and introduce yourself. We need to take that out. We missed that. Sorry, guys. Do not shake hands. Okay? We missed that one. Next slide. Okay. There are the 4s. That's Exhibit A in your rule packet. Freestanding, downtown. It reminds me a lot of kind of like Boulder. And at the airport, you can do a food truck. You can have yours in a strip mall. Next. Okay, here are the demographics. So your population is 190,000. The median age in ProStartville is 34. Only 26 of the occupants of ProStartville are families. So it's a diverse community, professionals, young professionals. There's an art scene. So how can you incorporate that in your concept? University is there. They have a strong sports program. The airport is international, like DIA, and it's very unique, which kind of reminds me of Stapleton area. So kind of open-ended. It's a lot of neat things you can do with your demographics. Okay, so you need to determine, here we go. So we're going to do your description. This is your first tab. You're going to tell us what type of establishment. Are you going to do quick service, fine dining? And then you're going to do a mission or vision statement. The judges really like that. What is kind of, if you go to Snooze restaurant, they have a whole thing on the back of their restaurant of kind of their whole thought is giving back to the environment and, you know, making your employees feel, you know, worthy. They have like reward programs. So that's really a cool thing to do, to think about how can you make your employees stay. So to stay with your restaurant and have longevity. What are you going to serve? Breakfast, lunch, dinner, breakfast and brunch. You're going to be closed for dinner. You're going to be closed for breakfast. So decide what you want to do. How long you're going to be open? What type of cuisine? Who's going to be your target market? Is it going to be the families? Is it going to be the university kids? What do you want to do? Okay, so defining what your restaurant is. No more than 2 pages. Okay, now you can go to Smart Draw and actually go ahead and cut and paste and drag over and make your floor plans. You're going to do front of the house and back of the house. How is it going to flow? Okay, so it's important to show that the flow. How's the waitress or the waiter going to go around your restaurant? How's the chef going to work in the back of the kitchen? So you got to make sure that you know what you're doing and where things need to be set. Are you going to have a waiting area? A lot of places don't have anymore. You're outside because, you know, you could have tables in that area to make revenue. Don't forget, these are things that in the past students have forgotten to put on their floor plan. You have to have a busing station, a host kind of stand area, the appropriate equipment for your restaurant. If you're going to have deep fried Twinkies, make sure you have a deep fryer. A hand washing sink for all your employees, a mop sink, so to clean the floors. Fire exits, traffic flow, first aid box, cleaning equipment, closet, COVID procedures. That's something new, so we added that. So make sure what that's going to be in your restaurant. What's that going to look like? Sanitation requirements, your takeout. Where's the manager's office? Is your kitchen, what percentage of that is your floor plan? If you're doing merchandise, how big of an area is that compared to the front of the house and the back of the house? Think of Kneaders, bakery. Okay, so how does that work? Okay, what type of tables, what kind of chairs, can I sanitize them? Are they safe? Your gender neutral bathrooms, baby stations for changing your baby. Is that going to be both in the male and the female? Let's hope so. Handicap, the ADA regulations. Are you going to have a nursing room for moms that'll have privacy to go nurse, or for dads to go nurse their babies? So what are you going to do to make your restaurant customer relatable? That's 1 page. Here's an example. And again, I think there's other ones out there. Smart Draw used to do free, like 10 days. And then you can actually design and pull and drag, and it's really fun. Okay? All right. So you get to pick everything. You get to pick the art. You get to pick the flooring. You get to do the bathrooms. So there's going to be no 3Ds. You're going to actually just have photographs. What's going to make your restaurant, how are you going to carry that theme throughout the interior of your restaurant? Okay, so think about, you know, sanitation is going to be number 1. How are you going to keep those floors clean and sanitary? What's your color scheme? You need to relate the color scheme, this whole color theory on your customer experience. There's a reason why McDonald's is yellow and red and plastic. It's not very comfortable. They want to get you in and out. So what is your restaurant? Okay, how does it relate to your values and your mission? How's the decor? Okay, check out those lights on the right. Those are my students have those lights. They're wisps. Aren't those cool? So have some fun. There's lots of stuff online. Think about how your marketing tactic might be involved in your decor. If it's an art scene, how are you going to, you know, ProStartville, how are you going to incorporate the art scene of ProStartville within your restaurant? Okay, have an interior designer be one of those people that is one of your mentors. Put a star on that. That's really important. So they can, because they're the experts, they can look at, make sure you got everything. Have your chef look at your kitchen. Make sure you have everything in the proper order of the way it's supposed to be. So have people look and check and make sure you get the full points on that. Okay, SWOT analysis. This is in your book. And then you need to go look, and you're going to do, what are the strengths of your restaurant? What are the weaknesses? What are the opportunities? And what are the threats? Okay, so you're going to go to SWOT in your books. Have your mentor help you with this too, because they're going to ask you questions regarding your SWOT. So look at the examples. Make sure you understand SWOT. Talk with many business owners. Do your research. Come up with questions that you think the judges might ask you. Okay? That's going to be 1 page in your concept proposal. No, females do not have, there's a question here. You don't have to wear heels. My students always wear flat shoes. You do not. Okay, here's your organizational chart. Make sure it relates to your concept. So you're going to have front of the house, back of the house, janitorial. Make sure it's a flow chart. Again, there are examples in your book. It's only gone to 1 page now, but you've got to also identify on there, identify cleaning responsibilities, and you could just do a star and say everyone will be in charge of cleaning their, have cleaning responsibilities on their side work chart. Okay. Who's going to do the marketing? Marketing is really important. Are you going to have a person who actually does that? Is that going to be your general manager? You need to have that conversation. And then who reports to who at the end of the shift? Who's in charge? Who goes to where if you have a problem? Okay, so it is a hierarchy type chart. Okay, here's your sample menu. You can have 12 items. One can be no alcohol. One can be a beverage. It's going to be on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. Here's an example. These are my kids that did seasons. So you have to have a sample of that. You're going to have a sample of that on one of your posters too. Let's see. There's tons of stuff online on how to write a menu, have the descriptions on the menu. You also have the actual menu information in your textbook. So make sure the person who's ever in charge of that is probably your chef, and then make sure you read all the information and know what it says in your textbook because of questions. And then you're going to choose one of those menu items, and you're going to do the costing of that with the actual costing forms that are in your packet of your rules. Make sure you're using this year's up-to-date templates. They do say 22 on the bottom. You don't want to lose a point there. And then you're going to photograph 4. So you're going to actually make 4 of your items, and then you're going to actually photograph them. You have to use an actual camera, no cell phones. Okay, and you can't take pictures off the internet or out of a cookbook. You actually have to make them, and you actually have to take pictures of them. Okay, try different angles, make sure it's high quality. Ask a photography teacher at school to help you, or another photographer. It's great. It's kind of fun to have cool props in the back that go with your concept, kind of like, out of focus. Just make it really interesting. Make sure the font is big and good enough to read so we know what it is. On your menus, we've seen some menus that I can't even read because they're too small. So make sure that have fun and be creative. Make sure it matches your concept again. Next. All right, here we are in the costing, and Chef Beachy will go over this, but here's the costing templates. They're exhibit E, F, and G in your packet. You only have to cost out 1 item, and then the percentage is 33%. He'll go into more detail. Ask your math teacher, whatever, to look over your costing, or your mentor. Have a couple people make sure it's done correctly. Check your work. Make sure you're consistent with your abbreviations and measurement. So if you're going to use teaspoon, small t, use it throughout, okay, or TSP throughout. So you got to make sure you're consistent, because you're going to have to do 3 different sheets. So you got to make sure they're all the same. Include detailed plating at the end and your garnish. Don't forget to do that, okay? Marketing. So, of course, you want your marketing to match your concept. So this is in season. So this is when the food boxes delivery was just starting. And so my students decided to do the box where the people could either order them online or actually get them at the restaurant in their mercantile. Have fun, be creative. Social media is not a marketing tactic. It's a tool. So you can use it, but you have to come up with something else. You're going to have to develop your marketing. You're going to set your goal. What's your rate of investment? How much is it going to cost? How much is that label going to cost? How much is that box going to cost? How much is the food going to cost? So then you've got to come up with the whole bit of how much everything's going to cost. Again, that's in your textbook, so make sure you look at that first, see how they do it, and then you're going to do your own concept and make it fit. So you're going to have one whole poster is just going to have your marketing, the one marketing tactic you're going to use. My suggestion is that the one you use is the one that's going to include your community outreach, because that really impresses the judges. Okay? Be creative. One of the neatest ones that I saw was a bus ad on the side of the bus. I thought that was really cool. One year my students actually did a radio ad where they called one of the radio stations, got the contract, actually did the radio bit, went to the station, found out everything about it. So do the research, know everything that you need to do to make your marketing tactic work. Okay, so going outside the box and doing a little bit more research, just not saying it, but actually feeling like you're going to do it will make you'll benefit on that in the long run, because then they're going to ask you questions and you'll have the answer. Okay, so you're going to be judged on your concept and menu, marketing, and critical thinking. So be prepared to answer questions related to these subjects and scenarios. So in your packet is an actual sheet of just simple questions. Make sure you know the answers of all those. There's safety and sanitation, customer service, social media, human resources and staffing, menu development, design, marketing, and concept. Make sure you know that. Plus the judges are going to ask you more, okay? Then they're going to also ask you stuff about operations. So identify who these people are going to be, okay, what role they have, what's your chef going to do, okay? And then make sure you actually sit down and with different people and actually come up with other different scenarios, or those of you that have worked have seen scenarios in real life that you can also share, and how would you handle those in your restaurant. Okay, let's see. Sell, easy to hear, professional, meet with others, divide up the roles, make sure your teams collaborate. Yeah, so some of these questions you can collaborate. Don't take a lot of time because you only have, 7 minutes. So if you're not sure of your answer, you'll say, we're going to collaborate. We'll take a minute. We'll do that. FCCLA has a great planning process of identify your concerns, set a goal, form a plan, evaluate. I would suggest teachers that you would pull that for them, and then they develop those for all those questions, because that will help them in getting through the actual process of answering those questions. Okay, here's an example of how it's going to work. So let's take team 1. You're going to check in. Okay, well, first day you're going to check in and you're going to turn in your book and your posters. Then you're going to come in the next day. You're going to come in 30 minutes early. Okay, you're going to pick up your poster, and then you're going to have your first verbal presentation. Okay, and then your next one, you're going to have then your categories. So they're going to have different ones that we talked about: operations, concept, menu. So then the different judges are going to come in and then ask you questions. So it's like a 35-minute process. Okay, so you're going to stay where you're at, and the judges are going to come to you. And then when it's all over, then you'll come all back together, and then you'll have feedback. Okay, here's the evaluation form. So this is the overall one. We have sent you, I believe, Paula, the new one that's more detailed from Nationals.
Yes, we attached the new one.
So look at both of those. It's always nice to look at the rubric first, kids, right? So you know what you're going to be graded on. Okay? So that PowerPoint slideshow needs to come out. We got the wrong one on here. So there's all the different categories. How'd you do on the SWOT analysis, description of the concept. So again, having that 1 minute, because you're going to have different judges coming in. They need to know what you're doing. Okay? Goes through each category. So concept, marketing, critical thinking, operations. So questions. So it's Q&A. That's the question they ask you, and they want to know, if you answered it completely. Okay, next page. Oh, that's it. Good luck. Okay. Any questions? I know I talk fast.
Any questions? Oh. Sorry.
No?
No question from anyone?
We understood everything? Or are we overwhelmed and don't know where to start? Which is also a possibility.
Have those, I've got a question. Those of you that are management, do you have your concept idea? Yes, number one, no, number two. Have we come up with an idea? One yes, two no. I got a lot of just names and no faces.
Carla Sullivan says yes. Carla, would
Okay.
you like to give us a little more of that?
So you guys that are number twos, what school are you? Four. Oh yeah. Yes, you can use your food truck. Yeah. Be careful. I see you really like dogs. Be careful, because I watched Restaurant Impossible, and one group, there's a lot of health and sanitation regulations if you have dogs in your restaurant. So I don't know if you do the research, see if it's possible, but I don't know if I'd go there because it might be too difficult. Okay. Any other? Folks, I'm here. My number, if you ever need, your teachers have my number. Feel free to call me. I'm here to help you. I've taken 2 teams to nationals. So, yep. It's so much fun. You'll love it.
Thank you, Val.
Okay.
Yes, and again, Val is more than happy to talk to you at any time, to visit with you either in person or virtually as you're getting ready for your management competition. If you have questions about how to develop your concept, how to, what do I need to research? Can you help me with this or that? Val has been doing this for many years, and she is your best bet to win the competition. So do not underutilize this resource because she can help you out very, very much. So if Alexander, if you're okay with it, let's take a 5-minute bio break for everyone to kind of go, go get some water, go to the restroom, and then we can come back and I can jump on with the culinary competition rules, if that works with everybody. All right, everyone. Good morning again. My name is Paula Thomas, and I am the programs manager for the Colorado Restaurant Foundation. I have been in the industry for 20 years. I started as a dishwasher and then moved up in the culinary track, especially pastry. So I was a pastry chef for more than a decade, and then continue into education. So I was an MSU adjunct faculty for a couple of years, and then I have been working also in different parts of food distribution, food security, food sustainability, and all sorts of things of that nature. So food is what I do in many different ways. So it was really exciting for me to look through the culinary competition rules and then try to break them down in a way that we can all talk about them. Obviously, all of the information that I'm going to give you today is in the culinary rules packet that you received. If you haven't received it or seen it, please just ask your teachers to sit down with you or share with you, and just take a minute to read it. There are a lot of very important pieces in there that can help you keep points or will push you to lose points, and you do not want to do that. So with that, let's get started. Let me try to move my mouse. Let's see. Okay, am I moving? My apologies. I don't know where my mouse went. Sorry. No, why I'm not moving? Okay. Give me 1 second. There it is, the mouse. Okay. Can you see that? Nope, you're not seeing that. Shoot. Help. I am not being able to get to here. There, can you see that? No, still in the first one. Someone talk to me.
Yeah.
Alexa. Are you in the first culinary competition page or am I moving?
You're moving.
Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah, you're on the first
Perfect.
page. You're on the first page.
Resume slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I need Alexander to show me what to do. Okay, so first page, culinary competition overview. Is that what they're seeing or is this what they're seeing? See, I have 3 screens. This is the problem. And I am confused because I don't know which screen is that.
Slideshow.
Okay, slideshow. That's what, let's
Is that
see.
not doing it?
So, so when you are looking at it, which one do you see? This one or this one when you're on your computer?
Let me check.
Okay. Well, Greg and Val said that I'm moving, so I am going to trust that I am. If not, I'm just going to exit this because it's goofy. Anyway, Jackson. Okay. Culinary competition overview. And I hope you're seeing this page. Yes, sweet. Okay, perfect. Okay, so as Val already said, and for the management teams, the culinary teams is the same rule. You have a team of 2 to 4, hopefully 4, plus a team manager. And the team manager is there for anything that could happen to anyone, and then the team manager, he or she will jump in to help. So that team manager is sort of like your insurance in case you need anything. Someone maybe, we don't want this, but cut themselves or something happened, then the manager can jump in. You would have 1 hour of cooking time from whenever you start to the end, when you plate and show to and give the plates to the judges and to clean up. We will give you 2 butane burners. There's no electricity, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in specifics. And you have to complete 3 identical courses, 3 courses and 2 identical plates. So you would have to do all of that in just an hour, and that's what this is. So culinary. So you would do your first course is a starter. So it can be either a soup, a salad, or an appetizer. Then your entree would have to have a protein of 4 to 6 ounces, and then a vegetable or starch 2 to 3 ounces in a sauce, and then a dessert. Then you have to do 2 identical plates for each one of these. So 2 identical starters, 2 identical entree, and 2 identical desserts. And those are so that the judges can look, one will stay out for everyone to view afterwards, but then the other plate is for the judges to taste. And taste is extremely important. So we want to make sure that when you're practicing your recipes, that you taste. Always make sure that you taste, that you are, that you judge that taste, that you make sure that it's the taste that you want to come through. Make sure that the flavors match so that you don't have flavors that clash with each other. That would definitely put off the judges because it would show that perhaps you didn't take the time to just analyze how those flavors work together. Also, textures are really, really important. So if you have something, an entree or whatever that is mushy, meaning like creamy, then you need it'll feel boring and flat. So think about how can then I add some crunch? How can then I add some different textural feels so that it has a little more interest when a person takes a bite, then it gives them sort of like a walk into a different world, your world of cooking, because you brought them into this different textural and tastes that all kind of blends together and is really delicious. You also want to make sure that the plating is clean, and we'll have a whole tips and techniques for plating later on. So make sure that you join us for that. That's at 3 p.m. And you want to make sure that the sauce also goes with everything. So again, garnishes that make sense. So don't just put something just to put. Make sure that if you have a garnish, that maybe is something that was inside the dish. And so you sprinkle a little paprika, okay, because maybe the chicken had paprika, but don't throw a big sprig of rosemary because that's not really edible. Okay, so this is all good and dandy, but you're like, okay, how am I going to get all this done? So we're going to start with the culinary, the actual flow of the day or those 2 days. So on the 23rd, similarly to the management teams, you have to check in stuff. So you come in at between 1 and 1:45, and you have to check in all of your equipment. So any pots and pans, your knives, cutting boards, all the stuff that you are going to need to prepare your food with you have been working for the past, for the 3 months before you actually went into competition. So you bring all of that with you. You will also bring any food, obviously your food that you're going to prepare. And there are certain rules, and we'll talk about what you can do before and what you cannot do before you start the competition. So in that same day, we give you a tour of like the actual stations and sort of explain to you how those stations work and what the flow of the next day will be. So that's very important. That's why it's very important that we show up on time so that we can do that tour and show you everything before we get on with the rest of the agenda. The day of the competition, the teams, we will have a schedule just like the management schedule. You will have a schedule where, for example, school A starts at 8, school B starts at 8:30. So there's like stagger, but we will have them more in there. And you have to come in to get anything checked out, like 30 minutes is great, 15 minutes if we're hustling. And then we will get to your area. You will start setting up. We would introduce your teams, and then you get cooking. So it's like really like right there. You have to be super prepared and ready. Come in dressed, fully dressed. As Val said, with the management, same thing with the culinary. Make sure that you are all in unison. So all your uniforms look the same, that you're well pressed, no wrinkles. We know as chefs, we like to look really crisp. So make sure that you look really, really put together, that your uniform, your apron is clean, really white, and that you don't have certain, like that you have your thermometer in your pocket, in your side pocket, all these things just like make you look super professional, and the judges look at that as well. Then the judges will give you they'll taste your dishes, and then you get a critique of what they thought about it, and then they'll start scoring the sheets, which all of this is in your package. We also talk about, during that tour, we'll talk about sanitation and dishwashing. So where do we take all our dishes after pots and pans to pack again, clean up, and all that stuff. So that's why this part of the orientation on the 23rd is very important. So the competition space, the space is an 8x8. I'll show you a sort of a little diagram. 8x8 tables, they form an L. In this station, they will have the tables will be with tablecloths, black tablecloth. We are not allowed to put any plexiglass, plastic, or anything on top of that. All we can put is our cutting boards. So if you are going to, you're like, well, maybe I want to use this for something else. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to do that. The equipment and supplies might be contained to that. So that's your space, that's your kitchen. That 10x10 is your kitchen, and you cannot get out to go to other spaces to try to get anything. That's your space. And then you will work inside of that. Your team manager will be around, sort of helping and keeping an eye and counting time and things like that, but they cannot get out either. So what do we provide you? As the CRF, we provide Colorado Restaurant Foundation. We provide you with the 2 tables with the skirts and the tablecloth. If you need ice, we provide you with ice. So you have to let us know in that the request sheet that you're going to need ice, access to running water. If, we'll try to get all of that to you prior to the competition so that you can get water if you need to boil water, for whatever, obviously, then we will make sure that we show you where all that is accessible. If you need to raise your tables for one way or another, bring anything that you may need to raise your table. Perhaps your team members are really tall, and so they need to raise the table so they're not hunching over the table. So then bring anything you may need to raise that table, because we will not provide those. And then we will provide you with 2 German or Sterno stoves and the gas. We want to make sure that you let us know that that's what you're going to use, because perhaps, like Val said, you're going to do deep fry something. So you're bringing a little deep fryer. But however, there's no electricity. So this deep fryer may have to be, I don't know, electricity-less. So just think about all this. You have a very contained station. So as you plan and prepare for competition, try to do some of that as well. Try to work on very limited space, all of the team in that limited space with just 2 small burners, and see how that feels and how that works. So that's part of the training as well. So here, when you start that competition, setting the station, so the day of the competition, you can come in, you're in your area, you're starting to, organize yourselves. You are allowed to, start organizing your equipment, to measure some of the dry and liquid ingredients, to put some things in ice, of perishables in ice, to set out your cutting boards, to set out your knives, all the stuff. Just you're mise en placing yourself, but you're not allowed to start heating waters, or get actual cooking. You're not allowed to start cutting anything, or none of that stuff. Your mise en place is more like, how do I set my space to get ready for things that you are allowed to bring. And there's a whole other space that portion that I'll show you, but just so you know, because we think about this, you can obviously pre-make your stocks, because they can take many hours for those bones to release the flavor. But you cannot bring in with you any reductions or sauce or anything like that. Those have to be done inside. So all of that, all of the actual cooking, mise en placing your food has to be done inside, except for a few pieces. So we'll talk about that as well. So here's how your station will work. 2 8-foot tables, you were right here. This is it. And then here's where your manager will stand. And then the judges will be constantly watching. You will have many eyes on you. So try, like Val said, try to present to other people before a competition, even if you feel, because this will help you learn just how to manage your nerves. As a person who gets nervous cooking in front of people, even though I've cooked for many years, when I had to actually do one of these presentations and cook in front of people I didn't know, I got sort of nervous. So it's great to show other people, and say, can you just watch me and make me uncomfortable, because that would help you just say, okay, this is how nervous I get, and it's fine. That's totally fine. We all get nervous. So just know that you're going to have many, many eyes on you, because we want to see what you're doing. It's pretty amazing to cook 3 dishes, beautifully prepared and plated in just 1 hour. Like, that's pretty amazing. So just know that that's going to happen. So your uniform, obviously you have your chef's coat, long sleeves, as in any, when I was going to culinary school, we were never allowed to roll our sleeves. I would imagine that in here, we'll also try to keep you not getting your sleeves too short, so not rolling them all up to here. You just kind of roll them a little bit. The idea is that the idea of wearing white is that you can prepare your food in a clean manner, and your uniform will show that. So if your uniform gets messy, that means you're sort of, that to the judges shows that you're messy working in the kitchen. And so part of being a chef is trying to always stay clean, which is not easy, but we try. Your school logos and sponsors can go on your chef's code. So if you have, your uniform with ProStart, the school, and then any sponsors that are helping your school come to competition, obviously put in there. Any specifics to your school colors and things like that are allowed. If you're gonna wear checker pants, all the team wears checker pants. If one of you is gonna wear black, all the team wears black. So the idea is that you have to be one. You have to look. Each team has to look the same. You might look different than the other team because that's another school, but your team has to look exactly the same. Make sure, obviously, that your shoes are a non-slip, no open toe, no porous, like no tennis shoes that can be maybe hazardous. So always try to look for shoes that are that you could use in a kitchen, in a commercial kitchen, and not hurt yourself or create a violation. So that's really important. We will provide you with the small beanie hat, the ProStart small hat. Make sure that you obviously have an apron, and then the team manager will, you provide them with a separate color armband so that we know that's the team manager. It's a separate person. So equipment that is permitted, and this is in your rules. It's in a box as well, so you can see it right away. So if you have anything that that doesn't require electricity, so battery operated handheld whip, the butane burner, so butane torch, digital scales, dry ice, a mortar and pestle, anything like that. Audio recording device, if you want to listen to what the judges had to say to you later on, to kind of say, well, this is what they told us, and then sort of review it as a team. You can always use that as well. You can have one of these little camping ovens, again, that is not, that doesn't require electricity. And then you have to make sure that everything is safe so that you're not going to set anything up on fire. Things that are not allowed is anything that is fuel or mechanical heat sources so that they can be dangerous in the area. Heat packs, so I know that those could be something like, oh, okay, I can keep my food hot or something, but those are not allowed. Anything that is, for example, compressed gas devices, those are a little dangerous, so we prefer that you don't bring in. Again, plastic or plexiglass to cover your tables is not allowed. Cell phones and those iPhone watches are not allowed because we don't know if what you'll be looking in there. So you are supposed to be isolated in a way, not talking to anyone else other than your teammates. So the phone texting you stuff, or the watch texting you stuff, all of that is not allowed. And these rules come from national. So we want to make sure that we prepare you with rules that can take you to national as well. And when you go to nationals, you know the rules already, so you're not going to feel like, oh boy, the rules are different. Let's see, the cutting boards, because sometimes maybe if you want to make a brunoise or some sort of julienne, a specific beautiful cut, we don't allow any cutting boards that have the rulers so that you can see. This is something that should already be part of your knife skills. So having the ruler kind of defeats the purpose of you having those knife skills already developed. So things that are permitted and things that are not permitted food-wise. So again, like I said, you can bring your prepared stocks. So if you made the stocks before, then those stocks will be the base for your different sauces, demi-glace, and sort of that thing. You can clarify your butter before and bring it, because clarified butter takes a while. You can pre-soak and pre-cook beans, because sometimes, like a garbanzo beans takes like 40 minutes to cook, so that, or 25 minutes in a pressure cooker, but then you also have to let it. So you can pre-soak your beans and pre-cook a little. You can dry your measure your dry goods. So your flour, your sugar, your salt, all that stuff, you can pre-measure and have it ready. You can pre-wash your produce. That makes things so much easier because you just jump in onto cutting and slicing and dicing. If you bring anything like jams, breadcrumbs, mayonnaise, and all that stuff, it has to be in the original container. It cannot be in another container because we don't know if that's something that you pre-made, so it is not allowed. And if you are making ice cream, because the ice creams need to chill for them to have a much better mouthfeel, then you can pre-make your ice cream base if necessary. Things that are not allowed, you cannot pre-chop, pre-slice, or pre-prepare any food. And then you cannot bring any pre-prepared food that is non-commercially manufactured. So like I said, like that mayonnaise or things like that. You cannot make your, bring your reductions, demi-glace, finished sauces, or any of that stuff. And things that are not allowed are items that are risk for food illness. So things like oysters, or clams or mussels that may be a little iffy to know that, if they're cooked well or not, if they're fresh or not. It's preferable that you stay away from those and look at other items that might be more accessible. Okay, so the judges, and again, like I said, you will have many eyes on you, and the idea is to see that you're following the rules while preparing this 3-course meal for the judges. So the judges will make sure that the team looks really well presented, that the skills, the way you work as a team is, you can show that you have teamwork skills. You also have how organized you are. That's extremely important because that organization will then bring out on how well you perform as a team. So all of these things, one person will be keeping an eye on those things in specifically. Then safety and sanitation. This is very important, and I'll talk a little bit more about that next. How much do you know your products? So how much do you know your menu items, the ingredients in your menu items, the techniques that you are using to produce these menu items, how were these developed, how one thing works with the next. Like I said, how does the different textures, different flavors work together? Maybe this item comes from this place in the world, this item comes with this place in the world. So the more information you have about the items, the ingredients that you're using to make your menu, or if you're taking inspiration in your menu from X or Y culture, then also explain that to the judges. As much as you can tell them, that shows that you did your research, the better your points will be. How beautiful that presentation is. So again, make sure that you stick out later, come at 3. You can use the same link, and from 3 to 4, there will be the tips and techniques for plating from a chef from the Escoffier School in Boulder. And he's going to walk us through different ways of making our plates beautiful, using that empty space to kind of showcase the other stuff that is important in the plate. So always think about that. And of course, your recipe costing is very important. You need to send us that with time in advance. Where am I? Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't do it. My apologies. Please, I don't know where it is. You can see that. I'm sorry, there's something that is coming up in your screen and I don't know how to get rid of it. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second so I can get rid of that. I apologize for 1 second. 1 second. I don't know where it is. Okay, I'm gonna share again. Excuses. Here we go. No, that's not it. Oh gosh. Share. Where are we? I don't know. What can you see now? I'm lost. This is pretty funny because I don't know in which.
So we're on the first slide, culinary competition orientation.
Okay, let me see if I can get pass this one. Why is, this is the issue with having so many screens that you don't know which screen you're on. So I'm gonna,
Now you're frozen. There you are.
well, there you are. Where? I don't, okay.
You see your whole face. The whole screen's you.
Okay, perfect. Now I'm gonna share my screen.
That
Apologize.
sign on the right that says need help.
I know. I'm like, and this is, I was like, okay, Alexander, you wanted me to get rid of that little screen piece, and now I can't even access the, oh, here it is. Okay, share screen. This, okay, perfect, found it. All right, this is much better. I can now see where we are, and I can get rid of this. All right, so thank you so much for your patience. And another thing that the judges look, and is very important, obviously, you are a culinary team, is your knife skills. So knife skills, knife skills, knife skills. So work on those knife skills nonstop, get as proficient on all those different cuts your teachers are, you know, constantly showing you and teaching you. Get all your brunoise and your dice and your juliennes beautifully done. So because that also, it also plays into your plating, but they are gonna actually look at you while working on your knife skills. So that's super important. You have time, talk to your mentors about it, practice at home, buy potatoes, whatever you need to do. Knife skills is incredibly important. And also how safe you are with your knife. What do you do when you finish using the knife? Do you just leave it on the cutting board and walk away? Or do you put it at the end of the cutting board like you're supposed to? How do you walk around with it? Where do you store it? So safety is very important also when talking about knives. So that is also something that the judges will look, and these judges are professionals in culinary, so they will be, they've been doing this for a long time, so they know what to look for. So for safety and sanitation, okay. All teams must have finished the serve safe food handler course and certification. If you have not, please contact us ASAP so we can get you those codes and you can take the certification, the course and the certification, because this will train you. They will give you any that you need to know for what is bad when you are handling food and what judges are going to be looking at. If you don't, they'll know that you did not go through a proper safety and sanitation training if you are not following strict safety and sanitation rules. So make sure that you know those, to the core. And if you have any questions, let us know. We're always happy to send you an actual book if you feel more comfortable having a paper book rather than the online resource. If you feel like, okay, we need a book where we can like write on it, we'll send you books so that you can have them and you can study them. We will provide you with a small sanitation station that you will share between teams. We're going to work on that. And this sanitation station will have a container, closed container with hot water. And then a small sanitation bucket like the ones that you have in your classrooms with the sanitation solution. We will also provide you with hand soap and paper towels. You will bring your own gloves. And the reason why is that you have different sizes. And so we can bring, sizes for everybody. Plus some people have allergies to certain materials that the gloves are made. So it's preferable that you bring your own gloves that that fit you as the team, and also any allergies that might come from the powders or the actual latex, whatever it may be. That's very important. Again, if you have any questions about safety and sanitation, let us know. We're more than happy to provide you with books, with codes, so you can continue your education on Serve Safe. Okay. Let's see. Here it goes. This one is very important. how can you get penalized? And this is a way, if you read this, this is all in that competition book. So make sure that you read all of it with time in advance. Ways to lose points, which you don't want to do, is you just left your station in a dirty way. So you finished and you didn't really organize your station really well after you finished. So always, anytime, keep your station super clean, organized. If you finished, you plated, immediately anything that is loose, clean it up, organize it, put away dirty dishes, all of that stuff, so that your station looks sparkly clean. And that way you don't lose 3 points. So those are points you're keeping. Maybe you started doing anything before the competition actually began, and they saw you, like, instead of just putting your vegetables away, you started picking leaves from the parsley or things like that. That's actual prep, and that's not allowed. And if you would do that, then you would lose points. If you did not complete your meal during that time, obviously the time that we give you, then obviously you would lose a lot of points. If you use any pre-prepared ingredients, so look back again, what is allowed? And then if I do anything that is not allowed, know that you're gonna lose points. If your plating is not identical, so you have two starters, one starter, two plates, and then maybe this plate looks slightly different than this one, that's it, you just lost 2 points. If the dishes that that we gave you, you use something else, because then that changes the playing field for everybody. Everybody has to use the same plates per se that we are offering. So you just have to fit within that and use whatever you like of those that we send you that the Gaylor has. And then if you didn't submit your menu, your recipes and your food costing on time. So there is a timeline for you to send us all the food costing of your recipes. And then, fortunately we have Chef Greg Beachy teaching us later a little more about how to simplify food costing. So if you're feeling nervous about it, just stick around for that training. It's going to be super helpful, just to kind of make you feel a little more comfortable around food costing. And because you need to turn those to us, and that's part of the package that we would give to the judges, so that they can see that you actually did all the research and that you understood that food costing is part of running a business and being a chef. All right, let me move up a bit. Other general disqualifications. So on that February 23rd, when you arrive, like I said, we are going to show you what the stations look like and sort of like what the flow will be. And if you're not in that, part of the training, then your team can be disqualified. Except obviously if you're running late because there's traffic jam, you're coming from far away and you text us and you say, I'm sorry, we are running late, we did not foresee a traffic jam, or there's an accident, whatever it may be. Obviously, then we will work outside of that time frame with your team to make sure that you're up to speed on what you need to do the next day. So that's a very important orientation time, because it would help you be prepared for the next day. Other ways of getting disqualified is if anyone, either your mentor or a parent or a teacher, stands near your station and starts kind of giving you coaching of what to do and sort of giving you hints and things like that, then you will be disqualified. And for this one, we have no exceptions, because that it's kind of cheating, because you are supposed to at that point be the team, and you're supposed to have trained enough. So that's not allowed. If by any chance, which I know this is not going to happen with any of you, there's misconduct due to any type of illegal drug or alcohol use because you're minors, we would have to disqualify you as well. So that's definitely a big no-no. And then if you didn't turn your stuff on time, you will be disqualified. And also, teams are not allowed to submit a menu that has been used in previous years and that has won first place. So I know that there are some teams who started practicing for competition in 2020, but obviously things didn't happen. So that menu was never really presented. It was never really in competition. So you're obviously allowed to use that menu. However, if, for example, you came across a menu from 2015 of the team that won, and you take that menu and use it, then you will be disqualified because someone will know that you did that. Alrighty, so how this competition, and I know we're like blowing you with so much stuff, you were like, oh my gosh, but it's okay. We're just getting you aware of what's on what's in the rules, so you can stop and read and think about everything that you need to think about to get ready, because it's not just about the cooking, but it's also about everything that happens around the cooking and how you get there and how you get those plates to the judges. So very, very important, the same way as Val said, for management, find a mentor. And I think for the majority of your schools, you already have a mentor, but if you don't, reach out to us or reach out to Chef Jackson Lamb. He said he would be more than happy to either help you find a mentor or give you some tips. Make sure you research those trends. Again, just try to bring creativity into your work. Cooking in the end is about having looking at different ingredients and putting them together in a way that is creative and makes people think, oh, wow, I wish I could cook this at home. It's something that makes us, people who cook just kind of excited. So don't forget creativity. Don't get too caught up in, oh, I'm going to be nervous, none of that stuff. Just like research what is fun, what is happening right now, and then use that to create your menu. Again, I think I said this before, taste everything. Do not just cook it and then give it to somebody else to taste. Taste it yourself and then give it to somebody else to taste and take notes. What are the differences? And then does it have too much salt? Is it too peppery? Does it need more spice? Is it too spicy? All these different things. Do the flavors match? Is that weird? And then take notes as you go. Again, teamwork. This is not just for you to make your life easier and to make the flow of the day easier, but also for the judges to see. They'll see through. If your team is not working together, it's obvious because it'll feel disjointed, like just kind of weirded out, like they don't seem to have a flow that works through the day super easy, where you just kind of see it happening in a way that it feels nice, but it just feels stressed out and broken down. So make sure you work as a team and practice all the time. Like I said, practice those knife skills, practice breaking down your menu. So if you're in charge, for example, of making all the sauces, make those sauces 300 times and then make them backwards and then make them with something else, just to kind of make sure that you have then break them. If the sauces are coming out well, then make them wrong and see what will make them wrong, and then how you could fix them. If you start seeing, oh shoot, they're going the wrong way, how can I fix things? So making mistakes during practice is also good, because you would learn, okay, if I start making a mistake, how can I fix it? Or how do I not make a mistake? How do I keep myself from those mistakes? Then other things very important here is the deadlines. So you will send all your recipe costed recipes to Alexander no later than Wednesday, February 16th by 5 p.m. so that we can give it to the judges to start reading it and judging. And we'll have a separate one person just for judging the recipes and how well they were costed and how well they were broken down. So these has to be, because you have to cost obviously three different recipes. Put them in one single PDF document. Do not send three separate recipes. So just have appetizer here, entree here, this here, and then if you're making a sauce, what is the recipe for that? If you're making, however you like to put it, but in one document, so that we know in this one compiled document, we can then send to the judge and they don't get confused with too many documents from one school. you would provide the 2 copies of the culinary costing. It can be staple, but you don't need to put them in a folder. So when you check in at the Gaylor on the 23rd, and you check in your food and all that stuff, you also would turn in your recipes cost again. And those are just for us to have as extras and for you to make sure that everything is sort of like you brought it, you have it ready, and here are the recipes, okay? And then on competition day, we want to see that one menu framed on your table with the description of the menu and the pricing. So that way, when the judges are walking by or anyone is walking by your table, they'll see, oh, they're preparing X or Y dish, and this is how much they will sell it for, and this is the ingredients that they have. So they can kind of put together what you're doing to what the menu says that you're doing. If you have any questions regarding anything, any of this, feel free to contact Alexander. My name is not here, but you can always contact me as well. We're here to answer any questions regarding the rules, regarding logistics, regarding anything. And again, if you are short on mentors, let us know. We'll try to send out more now that we have specific teams for competition. We are recruiting people from the industry as judges, but we can also try to recruit them as mentors if that's a need. And then the last thing is a cute little picture about how we are so excited for you and this very exciting experience. So good luck, and we hope that you do fabulous. Any questions? Nothing? Everybody left? Any questions?
Paula, it's Elena. Did you see, maybe I missed you address the question in the chat about providing specs for the burners that the students will be using?
Providing specs for the burners we'll be using. Yes, yeah, we definitely will provide that as long as we know that these things, is it on, it is on the slides. Yes, so we will provide the burners and the gas. We just, want to make sure that everyone let us know with time in advance, like, yes, we're going to use all of, obviously we know that that's what you're going to use, but sometimes maybe people change their minds and they use something else, but we will provide 2 burners and the gas for each team, and everything else will pretty much cooking wise will be brought up by each team. What about our name? Can our name be on the menu? Sis, what about our name? Can our name be on it? Yeah, I would imagine on the menu, if this is what is on the menu, if you are on the call, let me know if that's what you meant. Oh, on the shirt or jackets. That's discretionary to your, but I would imagine, yes. I mean, if you all have team jackets and these are your team jackets, you can have your name. So Paula Thomas School. So Paula Thomas, Colorado Restaurant Foundation Programs Manager. So it would be nice that way also the judges can see your names and address you directly. So, but if you don't, maybe having a name tag would be also nice too. So we know that, again, the judges can talk to you. Hey, Alexander, can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing? Or, hey, Eliana, can you tell us about what you're doing? Because they can see your name. So great question. Thank you. What else is in the chat? What ProStart logo must we have on our coats or culinary coats? Great question. So I would say the one that's on our website, the sort of teal green, and then we will finalize that. I'm actually going to make a note to make sure that, because we need to use the same, so we will get everyone that note back in the next week, for the next couple of days. Oh wait, today's Friday, by Monday, so that we are all on the same page and we use the same Colorado. And I mean, Christina, do you, in the past, has it been?
I think whichever logo is fine, because I know like we already have coats with a different logo on them. like the older Colorado logo. And so, especially with, I mean, it's taking 3 months to get chef coats from Chef Works with embroidery right now. So I don't think you can really require people to have a specific logo on there.
I like that. I think that that's a great point. It is a problem right now too. That's why we are trying to get numbers from y'all quick so that we can also do some of these orders of like, what are we all gonna wear and things like that. So if we can get any information back from you. So yes, whatever logo you already have, if you already have jackets with logo, that's what we use. And if not, just, see, maybe we can put a chat out to send us the photo of the jacket, the logo in your jacket for those who do not have logo in their jackets, the ProStart logo. So then we can use one of those. In the past, the logo was not required at all. Perfect. So I think we don't really need to require the ProStart logo if that's an extra expense, and with the hustle of things being so delayed these days, then perhaps is better if your jackets already have whatever your jackets have. That's what you will use, as long as each team is unified, so the whole team looks the same. That's what in the end will matter the most. Sissy, if one has a name, do they all have to have a name? Ooh, so if putting the names on all the jackets is too cumbersome, then perhaps have name tags. So the name tag can go where the name will go. So either one, I think is again a matter of just looking the same all together across the team, so that it's not like one with the name and then the rest without. Obviously, we if things like this are complex because of what we're dealing with now with COVID and all the delays, if this is a barrier, then we will make a note on the judges scores and say, for obvious reasons, and we explain this is why some teams are wearing, some teams have logos and some teams don't have logos, and it's not something to take points out of that. Any other question? I'm loving the questions. Thank you so much for those. Will we get points taken off if I say only one person had their name and others did not? So let's talk about that. I think that it would be definitely something for us to finalize. I don't foresee it being a huge issue. I would, like I said, if you can get them name tags, so that those who don't have their name embroidered on the jacket, then at least have something that can show their name, then that might be good. Again, I think that that's a good way for them to engage with the judges. Do you have photos of previous years of winning dishes? Yes, we do. I'll send a couple of videos, and I think we have a bunch of photos, so we'll send some photos for that to you can kind of see what they did in the past. The video for ProStart, there's a ProStart video, it's like 9 minutes long, it's pretty long. Shows the competition, I think it was 2018, and it shows all the plates that they did that year as well. So we'll also send that so that you can kind of get an idea of what they did. Any more questions?
Well, I have a question regarding
Yes.
check-in. Since we'll be coming from a distance and won't have a place to change before we do our product check-in, will uniforms be part of the score for check-in?
We had him.
As part of the score for check-in. However, I see your point. And as a person who doesn't like to sit on a chef coat for, all day, if I don't
Yeah, I
have
mean,
to.
we're looking at, 3 or 4 hours of driving.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So perhaps just looking professional, at that point. So looking nice and put together. So not like t-shirt and jeans. I know it's kind of hard. Or maybe we find a way to have you change. Our students had to change at the hotel last time. Okay, so what we do, this is great. Thank you so much for bringing that up. What we can do is have, we're gonna have a space in the hall, in the room for like staff to put all their items in there and things like that. It's skirted, so it's closed. So what we can do is allow students to go in there and change, so that they are ready, not just for the check-in, but also for the MSU tour. So they feel and look put together and professional. So we'll have a place for you all to change. So come in and then give you a few minutes to change and get sort of freshen up, and then join the check-in at that point. Unfortunately, I tried to get us an early check-in in the rooms. However, they are actually very booked. They're really booked that week for other events. And so they were not able to give us an earlier check-in into the bedrooms. But thank you for bringing that up. That's really great. So changing, anything else? With that, I will let you just say, the last thing I would say is just read through your culinary and management rules. Everything that we talked about today is there. And if you have any questions, if something doesn't seem right, if something feels out of order or you don't understand it, or then let us know. And then we'll be able to address it right away. Again, this year, with having had a year that nothing happened, and then just kind of coming back and so many different things happen in the world, we are more than happy to adjust to what's most accessible to everyone. So feel free to always reach out to us. We're here to give any support and to be the conduit between everything and the competition day. And with that, I think we can stop the recording, Alexander.
Okay. So welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. As I'm going, feel free to ask questions or stop me if something doesn't make sense, or if you have something specific you'd like me to cover and I haven't hit it, make sure you ask. I want to make sure that I cover all your questions and make sure that you understand what's going on and you're ready to do your costing for competition. So I'm going to go through a few things, general things, and then we'll kind of dig into it here. So as you know, some of the challenges for doing food costing for competition is when you're doing it, it seems like it's really hard. And a lot of teams seem to make it much harder than it needs to be. So it's something to try to make it simpler and just kind of go step by step so it doesn't seem quite so hard. And there's just some few steps that you do, and as you go through it, it becomes easier and easier. So don't try to make this harder than it needs to be. And as we're doing this, remember, this is something that chefs do every day, every single day in a restaurant, every single day in a hotel. And one of the things that I always like to say is the folks that don't put the work in to understand how to do food costing and don't put the work in to understand everything about it are the folks that will always work for somebody else. The people that understand this are the folks that will be running the show. So do your best to understand it and see what you can do with it. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to do a quick little thing on recipe conversions. It's not something that you have to show on your food costing forms, but it's a good concept to understand just to make sure that if you have a recipe that makes a large amount, you've actually done your conversions correctly to make sure all your costing comes out straight. Then we'll talk about actual food costing and how to do your food cost percentages and menu pricing. So recipe conversions. So one thing to remember is we're going to use a standardized recipe. And a standardized recipe has a very distinct format that is easy to follow. It's easily duplicated. Basically, it's a recipe that you could give to anybody that knows what they're doing, and they can exactly duplicate what you made every single time. So it's what restaurants use to make sure that the food is consistent throughout the life of a restaurant. So what you do to convert your recipes is you have to calculate for a conversion factor. So conversion factor is just a number. It's not something you have to remember what it is. It's just the number you're going to use to calculate your new yield. So as you do it, you'll see, say we've got a recipe that has 20 portions, and each portion is 4 ounces. So that means our recipe is an 80-ounce recipe. That's the yield, is 80 ounces. So we've got our original yield is 20 portions. If we think about a different one here, 20 portions at 8 ounces each, but we want to make 56 portions at 6 ounces each. So how do we calculate that? So we want to determine our original yield, determine our desired yield, and then you take your desired yield over the original yield, and that will be your conversion factor. And again, this conversion factor is just a number. So let's look at how that looks. Our original yield is 80 ounces, 20 portions at 4 ounces. Our desired yield is 56 portions at 6 ounces. So it's 336 ounces. So if we take our desired yield over the original yield, 336 divided by 80 is 4.2. So 4.2 is our conversion factor. So again, that's just the number we're going to multiply everything by to make sure our new recipe amount is correct. So what you do again is you calculate your original yield, calculate your desired yield, and then divide and then multiply each ingredient by that conversion factor. So again, this isn't something you have to show on your sheets. I just wanted to cover that to make sure that it's a concept we understand before we go on. I don't think, as I've got the screen, oh, there it is. I'm kind of like Paula. I got 2 screens going, so I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at the right thing, and I couldn't see that there was a chat showing up, but I do have it. So if you do throw things in the chat, I can't see it. All right, so now we'll get to what I think people are interested in. Food cost. So we have to have a couple of definitions here to start with. One of them is our yield. The yield is the amount that a recipe makes. How much are you making? This could be the total amount. This could be the amount per person, but you have to have your yield and you have to have an exact portion size. The portion size is key because that determines how much we're buying, how much we're making. So you want to have a portion size and a yield before you can continue. Don't feel like, since you are doing these plates, your competition plates for 2 portions, that your recipes have to be scaled at 2 portions. They do not. But you do have to say what the yield of the recipe is. Sometimes writing the recipe for 2 portions, you get amounts that are so tiny that it becomes hard to calculate costing. So if you do your recipes for a larger amount, it's easier to do the costing and then make sure you get it down to the portion size. And we'll talk about that later. So we're going to talk about, how do I determine my food cost? So first you have to figure out what the cost is per unit purchased, which means how are you buying the food? I don't know anywhere where you're going to buy food by cups or tablespoons or teaspoons. So you have to figure out what the cost is for what you're buying it. A gallon, a pound, a quart, each item, however you're buying it, what is the cost per unit that you're buying it? And then divide that total cost by the number of units you purchased. And that will give you the cost per unit. And we'll go through that here. So let's say we have just a random recipe. And here is the recipe. We know that we need 3 pounds of potatoes, butter. The AN is as needed, so we really don't have an amount for that. That'll go into our Q factor. Gruyere cheese, we need 8 ounces. Half and half is 24 ounces, and we need 3 eggs. So the prices are how I bought it. So the potatoes are $12.50 a case. The cheese is $5.75 a pound. Half and half is $3.50 a quart, and eggs are $2.50 a dozen. So as we go out farther, how much did I buy? So the potatoes is a 50-pound case, and on down. The Gruyere is by the pound, the half and half is by the quart, and the eggs are by the each or by the dozen. So we're going to convert it into each portion or each unit. So the potatoes, it's $12.50 for 50 pounds. So I take the $12.50 divided by the 50, and I come up with 25 cents per pound. And as we go down, the cheese the same way, it's $5.75 for 16 ounces, which makes it 0.359 per ounce. Now, why did I go to the third decimal point? The third decimal point gives you that extra level of accuracy. It won't make a lot of difference on your competition pricing. However, if you are a restaurant and you did that third level or third layer of accuracy, went to the third digit, over the course of a year, it could mean several $1,000s of additional revenue by going this extra level of accuracy in your food costing. So I always go to the third decimal point. So again, your half and half, 350 divided by 32 ounces in a quart, 0.109 per ounce. And then the eggs are each 250 for 12 in a dozen. So it's 0.208 per egg. Now let's continue with this. The potatoes, we know we need 3 pounds from our original recipe. Take that times our price per pound. The amount for our recipe is 75 cents. Same with the cheese, 8 ounces times the 0.359, and that gives us the 2.872 for the cost for the cheese in our recipe. Same with the half and half and the eggs. So then as we go forward, add that up, the total cost for our recipe is $6.862. That is the cost for the total recipe. Now, I know that this recipe makes 20 servings. So I take the 6.862 divided by 20, and that gives me 34.31 cents per serving. So I want to pause there and see if everybody's with me. Are there questions? Anybody have a question at this point? And we have complete silence. All right. Good question. I have a question here. What if the product is donated? That is an awesome question. If you have a product that's donated, you need to cost it as if you purchased it. Cost it at the prevailing price for what it would have been if you did buy it. Because restaurants don't get things donated often. So just put in the cost of what it would have been if you would have purchased it. Honestly, the judges, when they're doing your costing sheets, could care less if it was donated. They want to know, or they want to see an accurate costing sheet of what it would cost a restaurant to create this dish. All right. So now we go on to the part that is confusing for most people, and probably is one of the places where most teams lose points on their costing sheets, and that is calculating the food cost percentage. So the food cost percentage is the percentage of the menu price that represents the cost of ingredients. Now, there's different ways to calculate this percentage, but the way that the ProStart rules are, you have to use a food cost percentage method to calculate it. You may have calculated, if you're running a store or a restaurant in your school, you may calculate a markup price, which is an entirely different method. And if you do that method for your ProStart competition, you will lose points because that is not the method they want to see. They want to see a food cost percentage. The way the food cost percentage is calculated is you have the food cost of the menu item divided by your target food cost percentage. That will give you your menu price. The food cost percentage that ProStart uses is 33%. So that is your target food cost is 33%. And that's a fairly common one for restaurants. You'll see it anywhere from 18 to 35% is what restaurants will shoot for, depending on the type of restaurant it is. So this is what you're looking for. You want the cost of your menu item divided by that 33%. So the way that looks is, let's say our food cost for whatever menu item we had was $1.46. So that divided by 33%, and this is where some major mistakes are made. We are taking this divided by 33%, which means it's 1.46 divided by 0.33. So 1.46 divided by 0.33, and that will give you your menu price at an exact 33%, which in this case is $4.42. And again, you can take that out to the third decimal point if you'd like. Now, in the rules, you are allowed to round this to a normal selling price because you won't see $4.42 on a menu. So you're able to round this to something that makes sense within reason. So since it's $4.42, that doesn't mean we can round it to $12. That's not within reason. You want to round it always up, of course. Round it to something that would look good on your menu, fits your concept. And if you're doing, especially for the management side, make sure your prices are consistent. You don't want to have, let's say, just a $10 hamburger and $14 French fries. That doesn't make sense. You want to make sure that your prices are fairly consistent. So depending on the concept, of course, if this menu price was $4.42, I would be rounding it up to at least $5 and maybe $5.50. Pushing it would be $6. That'd be a lot, fairly large increase, but I would probably be at $5 or $5.50 for a normal rounding up. So this would be another one, like the one that we were calculating is the 0.3431 was one we were looking at. And if we would calculate that at our 33% food cost, we would come up with just over $1. So that is the way that it's done. This is something that you just need to get into your head of the process of how it works. And this will make it quite a bit easier for you as you're going through your getting your food costing and menu sheets ready. Any questions at this point?
I have a question for you, Greg.
Yeah.
So while looking at all these food costs and looking at the scores from previous years, this is one of the areas I think that students do kind of get tripped up on and confused about a bit. So I was wondering if, or how open you might feel that some restaurants might be to sort of have students practice this in real time with sort of the ingredients that they come up with and their recipe items, so that they have sort of this practice plus checking these things before they go to the competition and do it for, say, like the first time.
Absolutely. One of the things, like I was talking about earlier, is to make this more real world. You don't even have to go to a restaurant to do this. Just do it with the things you're cooking in labs. If you're making cookies in a cookie lab, or if you're sauteing a chicken breast, do this. Figure out what the food cost is to make that cookie based on what your teacher paid for the ingredients for those cookies. Figure out what the food cost was for those cookies. Figure out what then calculate your 33% food cost percentage and come up with a menu price exactly like you would in competition. This is something you can do any day that you're in the kitchen with whatever you're cooking. And the more you do this, the easier it gets. Absolutely. It starts making sense. Make sure you're checking each other's math, and we'll talk about that in a little bit too. But yeah, this is something that the practice is what really helps. So if you have a restaurant that wants you to do it in real life, that's great. But you can also do this every day that the students are in the kitchen and have them playing with this and working on it. This is one thing that a lot of the math that I have students do in class, I don't let them use calculators because it's things that they should learn how to do. This is something that we use calculators for, because this is something that you can't be pretty close on. You need to be right. Food costing and menu pricing is something that is either correct or perfectly correct, or it's wrong. There's no pretty close. So need to be right on with it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just saw Christina put in. So yes, the 33% markup is probably the most common mistake in competitions, is people do a 33% markup. So hopefully, yeah, and as you can see, doing the 33% food cost is fairly simple to do. So it's just flipping your mind around to which one you're doing and make sure you're doing the correct one. So I've got a couple things we'll talk about. I know Paula gave me an hour, and I don't think I'll use the whole hour, but maybe we can get into some questions and talk about some stuff as we're going. So this is the recipe template from the rules. I did a screenshot, that's why it's not real clear. But I want to talk about a few things here that I like and that I don't like, and some things that judges might question you about. So the first thing that comes up is this recipe is using cups and teaspoons and tablespoons. I would always do weight for your recipes. Always do ounces for your recipes. It's much more accurate and much easier to calculate your food costs. You don't have to do any additional calculations to go from cups to ounces or from ounces to cups. If you do your recipes by weight, you can directly transfer from your purchased unit right into your recipe costing. It will take you a little bit of time, maybe the first time as you're doing a recipe, to make sure you weigh everything out, but it will save you a lot of time later on, and your recipes will be much more accurate. If you want to really be accurate, you can do it by grams, but that's a whole nother step. But if you do decide to use weight, make sure that you use weight throughout. Don't have, like on this one, don't have a 1/4 cup of olive oil and then 3 ounces of onions. If you're going to use weight, use it for everything. If you're going to use tablespoons and cups, use that for everything. Be very consistent, but I would highly suggest you use weight for all your recipes. On your at the top where you've got your title, one of the things that I have seen happen in competitions is students will title a recipe something, whatever that is, like this is ratatouille, but then that's not what they actually make. Remember that your judges are probably classically trained or more old school judges, so they know what ratatouille is. And if you're doing a style of ratatouille that's a little bit different, say that. say a vegetable hash in the style of ratatouille, then you can have a little more leeway, but make sure that whatever you call it is what you make. If your recipe source is from someplace, make sure that you give them credit for it. If the students have created their own recipe, just say student created recipe. Just as a side story, one of the very first years that I had a team competing, we did a recipe where I had taken a recipe that I knew fairly well. We changed some things on it, not a huge amount of changes. That was our starter recipe, and we put student created on the recipe source. We got to the competition, and I realized one of the tasting judges for the appetizer was the chef that I learned the recipe from, and I didn't give him credit. That did not go over real well. So make sure that you give credit where credit is due. Again, up there, it's got the number of portions is 6. So you can do the number of portions where your recipe is easy to cost, and then you can break it down. I think I've got some tips on the next slide here. Things that I've forgotten to say. Yes, list the ingredients in the order that you're going to use them. So as you're going through a recipe, you should be using the ingredients from top to bottom. If you have something that you're using twice in different places in the recipe, list it twice. That way you don't have to say, use part of it and then reserve, just put it in there twice, and that's when it will be used in the recipe. As I said, weights are better than volume. It's more accurate, and it's much easier to do your costing from. On the procedures area, you want it to be detailed enough that I put a competent person, but it should be somebody that knows their way around the kitchen fairly well, would be able to completely recreate your dish and make it exactly the way that you have made it. This is all the way down to detailed plating instructions. So they should know exactly how to plate it. The first point, I didn't mention it, but it's good to come back to it. As you're doing ingredients, don't forget your garnishes. If you put a garnish on your plate and it wasn't in your recipe, it's wrong. You shouldn't have anything go on a plate that was not listed in a recipe. So your plating directions should be everything from how to sauce it, the order that things are put on, how it's put together, what the garnish is, and how it's plated. So be very, very detailed in that. And then as we go to the costing, again, here you can see this is that same recipe, but you can see they went there, since their recipe is in cups, they had to convert everything from ounces to cups to be able to do their costing. If their recipe was in ounces, it would have been much, much easier and much more accurate. If you're doing it now, you would have to have a reference so you know what your yield percentages are, so you can do accurate conversions. So it's an additional step that you don't really need to do if you make all of your recipes by weight instead of by volume. This one did go to the 3rd decimal point on their ingredient cost. So if you see, they did it all correctly. They went down to their total. They added the 1% for the Q factor. Now the Q factor is small amounts of spices, things that you're using such a tiny amount, it is almost impossible to cost out. And that is 1% of the total recipe cost. So their total recipe was $7.57. So their Q factor would be 0.071. Then you just add that in. That will cover a lot of very tiny amounts. If you are frying something, if you're going to fry something on site, you can add another Q factor of 2% for the cost of the frying oil. So you don't have to cost out that giant amount of oil. because in a recipe that would be, or in a restaurant that would be used over and over and over and over. So you're just going to add an additional 2% for frying oil. This is not if you're going to do some pan frying or some sauteing. This is if you're going to deep fry. I hope that makes sense. And then they did it correctly as well. They had their total recipe cost and divided it by 6 for their individual portion cost. So some tips on that. Make sure as you're doing your costing sheet that your ingredients and your amounts match your recipe exactly. Make sure you didn't miss anything. Make sure you didn't transpose any amounts. I've seen before where you're using 2.5 ounces and it gets over to the costing sheet and it's 5.2 ounces. So be very careful when you're moving things over. Make sure you didn't miss anything and make sure all your amounts are exactly correct. So you go over this, I say check multiple times. What I mean by multiple times is check it until you are 110% sure it's correct, and then check it again. And then give it to somebody else to check, and then check it again. And then check your math. And send it home to parents to check the math. Give it to the math teacher to check the math. Give it to the English teacher to check the math. Give it to the math teacher to check the spelling. I mean, whatever you've got to do to get it checked. Nothing is more frustrating than to have all your costing perfect and you added something wrong. So check your math, check your spelling. Again, when you're doing recipe items and menu items or menus that you're making, the chefs that are judging this know what these items are and they know how they're supposed to be spelled. So spelling counts, math counts. So then you'll get to your menu price. So this is when you're going to bring all of your portion costing from all of your recipes for each course to this sheet. You will add them all up. You'll get your total cost for that plate, which would be the total of all the recipes that are going onto that plate. This is when you calculate your 33% food cost. And then you put your actual price on the menu. On this one, they went from $6.93 to $9. That is a stretch. That is, you will most likely, going more than $2, you will very likely have the judges asking you why you went that far. That doesn't make it wrong, but anytime you have a judge asking you why you did something that they don't understand, it's not a good thing. Once they start asking questions, they start digging. Once they find a tiny mistake, that means they're going to start digging more for more mistakes. So you don't want them asking those kind of questions. You want them to be asking the questions of, this is an amazing dessert. How did you make it? That's the questions you want to answer, not why did you go up $2 on your food costing? So that's more of a personal preference than I can say that that's actually going to happen, but it's possible. Again, make sure on here that you have all of the recipes included. Don't miss one on this sheet. Make sure that your math is correct. Everything is spelled right. The menu category at the top, make sure you've checked the correct one, and everything is together. So on here, the recipe names must match the recipes that are included. So if you have a recipe for, if we just go back here, they've got recipe for couscous, and on the actual recipe, it says rice pilaf. That the judges are going to be flipping for a recipe that doesn't exist. So make sure that your recipe names match exactly. Make sure all the recipes are included. Don't miss anything. Check your math. Again, check your math, check your spelling. So this is just the menu pricing costing section of the packet you'll turn in, because you'll have other things in there as well, such as your menu. But you should have one recipe for each recipe item. You'll have a costing sheet for each recipe. You'll have one menu price sheet for each course. So you will only have 3 menu price sheets total. The number of recipes and costing sheets should be the same. And the number of that is however many you need to do. How much you want to break those out is up to you. If you want to combine an entree and a sauce into one recipe, that's okay. If you want to put it into 2 different recipes, that's also fine. Do it so it makes sense to you. Do it so as you are going through the packet, it makes sense, so the judges can go through it and everything looks like it should be the way it is. It's all in order. Make sure that your recipes, costing sheets, and menu price sheets are in order. So as they're going through, they'll see all the appetizer sheets, then they'll see all the entree sheets, then they'll see all the dessert sheets. Make sure it's all in order. What I have done before is I've done the pictures at the beginning of each one of those, but that's totally up to you. You make the packets the way it makes sense for you. So some hints: check your math, check your spelling. As I said before, make sure the item is on your recipe is what you're making and what you're using. If you have an ingredient listed, make sure that that's the ingredient you used. If you have to change ingredients at the last minute, you might have to reprint all your sheets, because you need to make sure your ingredients match. And then go back and check your math and check your spelling and check your math again. One of the things to do that you can do is, as you're checking your math and spelling, go through your recipes backwards from bottom to top. Then you will be actually looking at each word instead of the sentences, and you'll catch spelling errors. Do the math randomly on a sheet. Just don't start at the top and go down to the bottom, because if you're doing that every time, now you're doing the same thing and it's saying what you think it should say instead of maybe what's actually there. So check your math randomly, and as I said, send it home with everybody you can find. Make sure your math and spelling is correct. And that's what I had. I am open for questions, absolutely, if anybody has anything.
I might have a few more questions while we're waiting for anybody else to kind of come up with any. I was kind of interested in the menu prep or the recipe preparation steps. And I don't know what the common practice is for instructors or the students and how many times they make these dishes before competition. But I was wondering if it's common practice or if it would be a good idea to have the instructor maybe try to recreate the dish following the student's instructions, so you can kind of see what the final product looks like and if it matches what they were hoping it looked like.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I've also had mentors do that. Have the mentor take the recipe and try to create it, because then you've got somebody that has a higher level of skill and has maybe seen the dish, but then trying to make it from exactly what the students wrote. And then you will catch mistakes. I've also done it where I will mix it up and have, if you have a student that's on entree, have them make the appetizer, just to see if they can do it and if they can follow the directions. But that's a good way, is to try to move it around and have other people make what you made and see if it actually see if the instructions make sense, and also make sure all the ingredients are listed, because occasionally you will have one where you will have lost my train of thought there. You'll be going through and you'll have something in the description where it will say use this ingredient, and the ingredient listed is not listed. So it goes both ways. You'll have an ingredient that's never used in the recipe. So it's a good way to check on yourself. Got a question. Elaborate best way to convert volumes to weight. A couple of different ways. You can do the book of yields, but the way that I would do it is actually get a scale and weigh it. Weigh what you're using in your recipe. Then it's accurate for your recipe. If you're doing it if you want to do your recipe in cups and ounces, then the book of yields is probably your best way to convert. Then you can use those conversion factors that are in the book of yields that will tell you that what the conversion factor should be, and how many ounces or how many cups are in a pound of whatever ingredient it is. But then you're adding another level of math that can be messed up. So that's why it's good to just do weight if you can.
All right. While we're waiting for another question, I was also kind of interested about the part earlier where you said that the title of the recipe is really important, and what you're cooking, make sure it is ratatouille, because the judges that are going to be judging know what ratatouille is.
Right.
And so that's important. So I was kind of wondering, what is maybe the limit of how much you can change a dish or add your personal touch to it before it becomes something else they have to relabel?
It kind of depends on the judge, but I would say if you're not making the classic dish, you're not making the classic dish. So you'd be able to change maybe sides, or possibly it's the sauces a little bit. But if you're not making straight up what it should be, I would say it's in the style or something like that.
Okay, because I was kind of thinking along the lines of, I worked in breakfast restaurants for a very long time, and they have a lot of different takes on something like eggs Benedict. So would something like changing the carb be enough to have to change the recipe, or because it's still a carb, still hollandaise, it's okay?
Right. For an eggs Benedict, the eggs Benedict is eggs, Canadian bacon, hollandaise, and an English muffin. That's what it is. If you're going to call it an eggs Benedict with something else, you need to say that it is an eggs Benedict with a biscuit. So they know that, okay, you've changed it, and you've called out that you've changed it. And then that's good. Because you're still doing the technique, but you have changed one of the core components of it.
Okay. Yeah, because that was something I was really interested in, just having come from that background and knowing that breakfast especially has changed a lot. And so it's kind of interesting to hear that even just like a little minor change is something that needs to be noted on.
Yes. Restaurants get away with it because restaurants don't have judges coming in there and judging their menus. So restaurants have a lot more latitude than competitions do.
Okay. Still no questions yet in the chat. So if you guys have any questions about this, please feel free to answer them now or ask them now, because this is a really good opportunity to sort of, I think looking at the scores from previous years, this is one of the sections that students have a hard time with, or they get penalized a lot because they miss very small things on their checklist.
It's kind of looking at also one of and pretty much every competition I've been involved in, this is where, if you think about it, these should be free points. The menus and the costing are things that you can have perfect before you even show up. So those should be free points that you get.
All right. I have another question just for the heck of it. Thinking about kind of like concepts and things. I know we talked about sort of estimating the food cost and doing so, or the recipe, and making it reasonable, which can kind of seem like a very vague word, especially like, I don't know if concepts are allowed to be a little more fine dining. Is that, if that is sort of detailed early on in your concept, will judges be a little bit more lenient towards a higher price point as opposed to if you're more casual dining?
Right. And that's why I was saying, you know, you need to match your prices to your concept. We're kind of considering that on the culinary side, most of this is pretty fine dining. So you have a little more leeway to expand your food costing or your prices. On the management competition, it's going to be much more limited by what your concept is. If you're doing a food truck, you're going to need to keep it fairly tight. If you're doing something that's more fine dining, you can have a little more leeway.
Okay, and I think we got another question in the chat going on along the lines of the food cost. They want to know if they can get one more explanation on the 33% food cost. Is it not considered a markup?
Sure. No, the markup is something different. So if you think about it, a markup is where you take the amount times your markup. So a markup would be taking your food cost, say your food cost is $2.50 times 0.33, and that's your markup. So I should have done something I could figure out in my head real quick, but let me get the quick calculator here. So if your price is if your cost is $2.50 and you do it times 0.33, your markup is 83 cents. You add that to your $2.50 and you've got $3.33 is your now price, because you have a 33% markup. So the markup is how much you add to your cost. A food cost percentage is it's 33% of the selling price. So if you have that same $2.50 and you divide it by 0.33, now your selling price is $7.50. So it went from $3.30 to $7.50, and you can see how that's a pretty huge difference. So if you think about it, it's actually a percentage of the total price rather than the amount I'm going to add to my cost. So the way restaurants work is they all work on percentages. Food cost percentage is, of course, one of the large ones. The other large one is your labor cost percentage, and that is usually calculated the same way. You want to keep your labor cost at about a 30 to 35%. And then if you have your food cost at 33, your labor at 35, that's 68% of every dollar you take in is already given away or used. And then you might have another 25 to 30% for overhead, rent, electricity, insurance, all of that fun stuff. And you can see that all of a sudden I'm at like 94, 95% of every dollar I have spent. And so now I have 5 cents out of every dollar as profit. And sadly, that's where a lot of restaurants are, is between 4 and 6% profit. So you can see that the 33% food cost is very important to learn and to try to control. 1% off on food cost means it's another percent off that I don't have in profit. And we only have 4 or 5% profit. That hurts. So I see that. It makes sense. Good.
Well, if that's all for questions, thank you very much, Greg. I think that was very insightful and was a lot of information.
Sure.
Again, all of this was recorded, so if you need it or would like to see it at another time, we'll be sending it out. Me and Paula are going to be here and available to answer any other questions. And I'm sure, Greg, you'll be able to answer questions after this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Or
Great.
if you get a
Great
hold of
news.
Paula or Alexander, they can get a hold of me and ask questions as well. No problem.
All right, again, thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
No problem.
All right, guys, well, we have a few minutes until our next speaker, so I guess we can take another break. If you don't mind being back here at around 1:30, 1:45 is the kickoff time, so feel free to take a bio break, do anything you need to do in the meantime.
Everyone. All right, got it. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's Chef Jackson Lamb from Metropolitan State University of Denver. And I'm delighted to be able to beam into your meeting today. We're talking about ProStart. This is the Colorado ProStart Boot Camp. And hey, with that, I've prepared a PowerPoint presentation. I'd like to just kind of use that as a background while I kind of talk about my experience with ProStart over the last 25 years. So with that, allow me to screen share. Let me beam that up right away. And here's my PowerPoint. And if I can just and we'll take it from the beginning here. Very good. All right. Well, welcome. Let's get to the next slide and let's get started here. So, you know, I've been around the block a couple of times. I've been in education for the last 20 years. But prior to that, I was in operations, in catering, in restaurants. And I even did a stint at Rose Medical Center. So I was a chef in a hospital for 3 years. So I've seen a lot of different techniques, but you know, I had proposed to Paula, I've seen the winners. I've been a state judge, I've been a national judge, and I've seen some of the work that the winners produce. And I've got a couple of pictures from previous competitions. So that's where I'm really going with you today, all right? This is just an overview. You probably have heard about me in the past, but not that I want to read this to you, but just a bunch of stuff. It does kind of open to the fact that I've been in the industry for a while. I will say that I was trying to tie in a short video. The Colorado Restaurant Association recently inducted me into their Hall of Fame. Lifetime Achievement Award. You know, I've got a brief video that I could show you, but you know, time is of the essence, and I couldn't figure out how to embed it into this PowerPoint. So that's just something we'll have to put on hold for another day. All right. Continuing down. Come on, how do I get to my screen share is stop sharing. All right. There we go. Let's get started here. All right. So specific ProStart experience. I served on the CRA board of directors for 20 years. In fact, at one point in time, I was the president of the Mile High chapter. I continue to work with several school districts in the metro area, working with the school's advisory board. Westminster High School with Chris Hill, I helped them out. Over at the CEC with Trish Wilson, I've been on their advisory board in the past. I currently am with the Cherry Creek Innovative Campus, so I go down and I see Miss Runyon and company down there. So I enjoyed those positions as well. We also we try to come out and visit you, but we have hosted, I can't tell you how many tours of various schools coming into Metro State University and seeing what we've got to offer. So I've got a lot of experience working with most school districts, if you will. I have been, as a state judge, I judge on the management side. So, obviously we know that we have the culinary side and the management side, and I've been on the management side for 10 years. And then on the national side, it was an honor to be tapped to go down to the Gaylord Hotel in Grapevine, Texas, back in 2016 to observe the national competition. And then I served as a judge for the next 2 years, traveling to Newport, Rhode Island. The competition was held at the original Johnson & Wales University. And then last year we were in, or not last year, but in 2019, we were in Washington. So great experience there. There's my Lifetime Achievement Award. I couldn't make the link work. We'll get on to the next one. I wanted to share with you the importance of mentors. I think it's really important to bear in mind that, yes, I know that some people in the room here and a lot of our teachers are very, very talented, but I'm a teacher also, and I know how exhausting it can be. It's exhausting just to get through your Monday through Friday school schedule. Now we're trying to compete for a statewide competition. You need help. And, when I look at successful teams that we've had in Colorado in the last 10 years, Battle Mountain School up in outside of Vail, they had a great mentor in one of the Vail restaurants. I know that when we take a look at Adams City High School, their mentor is with the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. So, I want to say that with Grandview High School for a number of years with Audra out there, she had a relationship with a gentleman from the Chili's Restaurant Corporation. So, not every mentor has to be a hot chef, okay? It can just be somebody that's grinding it out every day and really knows the ins and outs of our industry. So anyway, if you don't have a mentor, let's think about that first. Who can we find that's local? Can I help you find a mentor? Well, probably, but if you're in Fruta or in Palisade or someplace like that, it's your neighbors, it's your community that we need to have help you. So I would imagine you've got much better connections in your local community. And to be honest with you, sometimes the locals don't even know there's a program like yours. I know that, on Metro State's campus, I've got students in another department. We offer cooking classes. They don't, sometimes the word just doesn't get out. So again, in your own neighborhood, there may be something that's somebody willing to help, all right? So, when we're on the culinary side, a couple of, things to bear in mind. Again, do you have a chef mentor? Because you can learn a couple of tricks of the trade. Here's a picture. We had done a fancy dinner, but everything we were doing here required tweezers. It was just really meticulous work. But, that makes a plate look fantastic. So we'll talk about plating later on. Menu design, that's another issue that, sometimes, I know chefs that have restaurants in downtown Denver, and you know what's on the menu? Their ego. Let's try to make sure that no one's ego is on the menu, but that it's a menu that is executable, it's doable, it's a menu that we can cost out and maybe that we can win with, all right? And then,
Jackson.
Yes.
I just wanted to stop you for a moment because it looks like the slideshow is stuck on the biography of you. We haven't seen any new slides.
Let's do this. Let me unshare. Oh, I've got is there a new share button? Try this. Thank you for interrupting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right. How about this?
Okay, now we're on the Metropolitan State School of Hospitality slide.
Yep, you're moving. Thank you.
All right. So on my screen, I've got one of my students with a tray with greenery.
Yep, we see that.
Okay, good. So let's continue here. So this is where I just was menu design. and talking about specific required equipment. So, you know, obviously in this competition, state or national, you know, we're giving the bare bones of what we can do. We get 2 8-foot tables, and I believe we're allowed to work with 2 click burners. In fact, there's a picture that kind of shows that minimum setup. And again, Alex, are you keeping up with me here, thinking outside the box?
Yep, looks good.
All right, good, very nice. Each team is given 2 butane burners. Okay, well, all right, that's a level playing field. So, all right, you've got 2 burners, then what? You know, you can use a saucepan, you can use a saute pan, you can probably boil something, but we're kind of limited, or are we? Okay, that's something to bear in mind. So I'll continue here. You know, I've seen a couple of different techniques out there, but I want to think that, you know, our friends up at Youth Entity, what an idea that was. Best idea I ever saw. They came in with a miniature pressure cooker. And, you know, again, why would you want to use a pressure cooker? Well, in menu design, if you want to go with something that's a little unusual, that catches the judge's attention, well, sometimes something that's unusual is going to be a little tougher to cook. And so in this particular case, I think they were using a beef jowl, okay, which really turns into, it's like brisket. But to put it in a pressure cooker, they were able to cook this at about 25 minutes. And I think we only have an hour to cook. So in any event, try to think outside the box with, other than a saute pan or a saucepan, a pressure cooker comes to mind. I was trying to think of any other kitchen implement today that we could use, you know, other than roasting directly on the flame. Like, for instance, if you want to do roasted poblanos or something along those lines. So in any event, pressure cooker, great idea. Other things to consider. In your menu design, are you using traditional ingredients or unusual ingredients? Okay. And are you using standard cooking methods or unusual cooking methods? I put this together because I was in a cooking competition about 10 years ago down in Scottsdale, Arizona. And the competition was all about paella. Ooh, now there's a great item there. We've got rice, we've got chicken, we've got sausage, we've got clams, we've got mussels, we've got shrimp. This is a great dish. So here we are in Arizona. So I am putting together this paella dish, and I think there's 4 of us that are competing. One of them being the chef from the hotel where the event was at. All right. So I'm thinking, okay, paella, clams wouldn't really work because we're in Arizona. But shrimp, you know, we have the Gulf of Mexico, and or we have the Sea of Cortez. We have shrimp there. There's chicken available. We'll get a Southwestern sausage of some kind. But it was the chef from the hotel using an unusual ingredient. He used rabbit. So think about that, incorporating rabbit, substituting that for the clams and the seafood. He did rabbit. I believe he did a Southwestern chorizo in there as well, and shrimp, but he won the competition. So sometimes an unusual ingredient like that beef jowl or working with rabbit might be something that pushes you over the top. I like that story. This picture here, this was at the national competition, the team from Utah, and that is rabbit. So they were basically taking a whole rabbit. They had to break it down. They're using shears here, but again, it's the other white meat. All right. Here's another thing I'd like to share with you, and this is the equipment rack for one of the teams. This is a speed rack, as you all have in your kitchens, but it is just wired. You know, at the top, we've got baskets for our hand gloves. Moving down, there's a shelf where there's the saran wrap. Here comes the paper towels coming further down. You can see where there's butane. Anything and everything that your team needs, you've got to have. It's a long way back to the high school where you're coming from. So think about building a rack that contains everything. I've got a few other iterations of this as well. Now, no, we're not at Firestone or Jiffy Lube. This was a team's toolkit. Look at that monster. So, this doesn't happen unless we've got buy-in from parents of some of the students, or if we've got mentors in the industry that are helping finance such a thing. All right. I've got one more here. Check this speed rack out. That is the entire Dexter line of knives hanging off the side of this cart. So, what I want to share with you is you're going to be at the Gaylord Hotel. You're in this booth that's 10 foot by 10 foot. Anything you need, you've got to have. So, just looking at some of these speed racks that other schools have built, that might be an advantage that you want to consider, making sure that you've got anything and everything you need and you don't have to travel or ask for help. I know that we've got a plating discussion later on. I don't want to take too much time on it, but these are actual pictures from a competition. In plating, sometimes less is more. Leave some blank space there. People eat with their eyes. So, we want to make sure that what you're presenting is attractive, but it's not muddied with too much stuff on the plate. All right. Here's just a few other pictures that I've taken over the years. If you've seen my videos for ProStart, level 2 video number 22 is all about plating. And, at Metro State, we don't even use round plates anymore. We've got squares, we've got triangles, we've got unusual shapes. I know for this competition, everybody gets the same plate. This way we level the playing field. But anytime you can get into an unusual plate, it always helps, all right? A few other dishes that were plated up. And again, your charge is to make 3 courses, 2 plates of each. So that can be an appetizer, that can be a soup or a salad, and then you'd go to your entree and then a dessert. So, that's all in the artist's interpretation, but some great looking presentations here, all right? Here's a great example. This is at the national competition in Grapevine, Texas, 3 years ago. This is that same team from Utah. But you can see how they're boxed in their booth. And again, they're fabricating that chicken. They've got one click burner on this table, another click burner on the other table. How you set your station up is another great thing to practice. In your schools, you're probably working on your regular stoves, you're using your regular refrigerators. But if you're going to be working on 2 8-foot tables, set that up in your kitchen. Get used to working in a confined space. It will get your students ready for success. All right, let's go to the next one here. So over on the management side, okay, well, we've got a couple of options when we're trying to come up with a concept design for our restaurant. So, and the concept choices are, you can create a restaurant that's at a strip mall, or a food truck. Got a nice looking food truck here. You can create a restaurant in an airport concourse. Our last state winner, that was Cabin in the Woods from Adams 14 High School. That was their idea at the airport. Or you can create a brick and mortar location anywhere in ProStartville, USA. All right, so let's move on here. Where is ProStartville and where is it located? I've had the chance to go to 50 different ProStartvilles when I go to the national competition. A big question is, what is nearby? It's well, here's ProStartville, and they kind of give us some demographics of what's involved. But I wanted to give you an overview of some of the things I've learned over the years. All right. Well, first of all, there's fantastic skiing outside of ProStartville. And, in the spring when all that snow melts, we've got some fantastic rivers. The trout fishing is absolutely unbelievable. All right. Well, because of all that snow and the rivers, we've got a fantastic agriculture program in ProStartville. We grow everything. And so, locavore, buy local, that's always a great thing. Well, we grow everything there. We've got a great cattle industry, the pork industry, the chicken industry. So from an agriculture perspective, we are a self-contained community. It's wonderful. And all that snow, all that river water goes down to the beach. And so as a result, we've got the beach life down there. So that gives us ample seafood. And of course, the cruise ships come in every other day. So it's, we've got something for everybody here at ProStartville. So, just a little overview. You're not going to find that on Google Maps. I'll tell you that. All right. So let me just take a breath for a second. Any questions before I continue? Okay, I'll keep on going. So anyway, what is the importance of having a front of the house mentor? Again, depending on your school, your team, you may be doing just a culinary competition, you may be doing just a management competition, or you might be doing both, okay? If you've got a chef mentor, that's great. But you may need a front of the house mentor also, because it's a different thing out there altogether. And in fact, I'll tell you why we need a mentor, because we've got to come up with a concept design, all right? And I'm going to show you some concepts in a little while, but we've got to come up with an idea that works. And granted, a lot of the chefs that serve as our judges, Troy Gard, Jennifer Jasinski, Sheila Lucero, Elise Wiggins, that's exactly what they do. They come up with concepts, but they drive their concepts from the kitchen. So, but for this competition, we're a little bit more front of the house focused. All right, we've got to come up with a menu that works. Okay, menu design is important, and then menu costing is also important. Typically in these competitions, I'm the menu costing expert, so they usually turn to me for the costing. And when I see exotics on the menu, rattlesnake, we've got elk, well, we go out and try to find the prices on that to see if your costing is accurate. And so as a result, kind of important that we keep things, again, let's keep the ego off the menu, but let's make sure that we're designing a menu that makes sense, the costing that makes sense, that is followable, okay? Followable. We can show your work. That's what I mean by that, all right? We also need to come up with a floor plan. Where's the front door? Where's is there seating? Where is that available? What kind of equipment and what kind of furniture, okay? We're doing a brick and mortar restaurant. That's going to be a little bit bigger than a food truck, okay? But a food truck comes with another set of problems altogether. But regardless of the 4 concept ideas you choose, you need to have a complete floor plan that shows tables and chairs, an equipment schedule, traffic flow coming through the restaurant. So, and I'll tell you what, that is a skill that it's a lot of times I see schools outsource that. Looking at other trade-based classes, unless we've got somebody teaching architecture or interior design, it's kind of hard to follow that. Yes, you can do it using Word, to be honest with you, and using the insert key, you bring in circles and squares and you can build a dining room like that. That's how I do it in my class at Metro State University. But I have seen some floor plans from other schools that are absolutely fantastic. I know that Baylie earlier went through the rules and regulations for the competition. I don't know if she shared with you previous work, but I've seen some fantastic work out there, okay? You also have to do a marketing plan. So there's usually, the students are trying to figure out how they're gonna tie in social media and utilize that resource. And then there's always a nonprofit affiliation that these concepts are tied to. So when we take a look at the parameters, I'm sure that all this was reviewed earlier with Miss Baylie. So other things to consider. Have you considered a team uniform? Let me share this with you. So many years ago, Lorraine Cortese, she was the ProStart teacher out at Smoky Hill High School. Her mentor was Janelle Peterson, who was with the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Well, when I went to the competition, Janelle had everybody in Grand Hyatt uniforms. Unbelievable. And so, You know, all of a sudden, when you've got a team all dressed identical, that says that's marketing is really what that is. And so I've seen that on the state level. I've seen that on the national level. So, you know, in your management concept, consider uniforms as a critical piece. You know, I talked about unusual or exotic ingredients earlier. So, you know, if you're going to go down that road, that's okay, but take a look at your pricing, okay, and make sure that it makes sense. The other issue worth reminding everybody is if, you know, Jimmy's dad goes up in the mountains tonight and gets an elk and brings it in, we can't use that elk in a restaurant open to the public. Any game that we find on menus in restaurants is typically raised at a game preserve and then is harvested under the guidelines of the USDA. So please bear that in mind also. Sometimes our students don't understand that rule, but we just can't have fried gator sandwiches by Billy Bob's Gator Farm. We've got to make sure that the USDA approves of how that gator meat is being handled. And then again, is your menu costing accurate? You know, again, we're looking for a food cost that's usually between, 28 and 35%. Again, it could be higher, it could be lower, but as long as the numbers are there to justify it, that's good. All right, let's continue. Let's take a look at a couple of different concepts out there. I know that, this is, I'll tell you what, if you have a class of 12 students, they all have 12 different ideas. How do we zero in and pick one? Okay. So anyway, just a couple of fun photos here of different concepts of restaurants. All right. But like, for instance, this is the guy on the right, that's kind of like a farm to table concept. And obviously on the left-hand side, we've seen places like that are growing their own herbs. So, there's kind of a farm to table feel about it. And that's been very, very popular. So that might be a concept you want to take a look at. All right. A lot of times when I go through concept development with my students, they have this crazy idea in their head. And I say to them, well, is there another operation that your operation would look like? A lot of times in our industry, people copy concepts from one to another. And so as a result, I often will ask the question, is there another property or restaurant you can point me to that you're trying to emulate or to duplicate? So very interesting. And on the left here, it says the model operation. We should really have a clear idea of what that concept is. But as I mentioned earlier, if you've got 12 students, then you've got one student trying to sell the other team members on what their concept is and why it's better. And so, but that's part of the fun of being in this class. All right. Again, I'll tell my students, what does your competition look like? You want to do a Mexican restaurant. What other Mexican restaurants might be in the area? Well, you're in ProStartville, so you may have several or you may have none. And to be honest with you, I don't think competition analysis is part of the game here for ProStartville and this competition. But it's something that we look at when we're looking at concept development at Metro State. All right. We also try to take a look at food delivery systems and what does that dining room look like? All right. On the left-hand side, this could be a breakfast buffet. All right. On the right-hand side, that could be a dining room at an airport concourse, just like Cabin in the Woods was. So, we want the students to try to convey, a touchy-feely look as to what their trade dress is all about, what they're trying to achieve. All right. The other issue is, who is the target audience for this concept? All right. When we really look across the board, the students could do a breakfast concept. They can do a food truck concept where it's of an ethnic cuisine, where it's probably parked outside the local high school and the food is geared for high school students. here we have the construction trade. Again, we see the roach coaches coming to all the construction sites in Denver. Perhaps you've got the office crowd, like on the right-hand side, where, lunchtime, it's going to be busy between 11 and 1. So there's a lot of fun that can be had. And again, with the demographics provided that tell us what ProStartville is all about, you know what? It really is the land of make-believe, and that's part of the fun. I'll share this with you, and I'm sure that every other instructor on this call will agree to the same thing. When I went to school 40 years ago, hotel restaurant administration, I had a crazy idea in my head. I remember going to college, well, if I win the lotto, this is what I'm going to do. Believe me, I'll bet every teacher on this call had that same realization. But bear this in mind, our students have that same realization. All of a sudden, you're teaching them how to cook. You're teaching them what different concepts look like. They are developing those ideas in their head. That's the fun part about what we do here. So that's fantastic. Anyway, as we develop these ideas, who are we selling them to? Okay. Again, on the left-hand side, maybe we're going after, I will tell you, in my neighborhood, I live near George Washington High School in Denver, and it's kind of a food swamp over there. I've got a smash burger, I've got a pizza joint, I've got an Asian restaurant, but between 10 and 2 o'clock, they are packed. So, a lot of times maybe going after a target audience like a high school or a university operation, not a bad concept to pursue, okay? Again, we have, I don't know how these ones snuck in there, but we have, again, various audiences. I think these are students again, all right? How about other ideas such as reservations or no reservations? Is it grab and go? I'll tell you what, we're dealing with a bunch of students. Look what they've experienced the last 18 months. They've been eating out of disposable food containers with plastic forks because of COVID, okay? A lot of restaurants ceased operations. Other operations had to change how they delivered food. 5 years ago, curbside pickup wasn't even a term that was invented, and now it's the rage, okay? So, with your concept or your students' concept, do we make reservations? Do we just show up and wait for a table? Or is it more of a fast food where you don't offer any seating? Again, with a food truck, you wouldn't have any seating. You got to figure out hours of operation. So it's, I've seen some great concepts in the past where they're going to come up with a breakfast idea where it's from 6 a.m. till 2 p.m. and then they're done. But we're open at night for catering for private parties. So, I've seen students do those kinds of ideas. When we get to an airport concourse, that's a little dicey because sometimes the rules and regulations for being open are a little bit different than what you would dictate for your own brick and mortar restaurant. So, hours of operation is kind of fun. Food truck, that's another thing where it's really hard to take a food truck and go out and be sustainable for more than 6 hours or 8 hours. You're going to run out of propane, water, or gasoline, or food, and you've got to get back to the commissary. So that becomes problematic as well. All right. And again, people waiting online or, open table is all the rage. It's what a lot of restaurants will use in the downtown area, although they do take a percentage of your sales. But I've seen students reference open table in different presentations from across the country. So I think it's important that they recognize that such a reservation system does exist in our industry, and that's great. All right. Well, we saw this one already. I'm a little redundant there. The price point of the menu. When you look at the prices that we observe when we go out, they're not like $1, $8, and then $30. No, they're usually grouped a little bit better, where we might see a menu that appetizers start from $5 to $7 to $9. Maybe the burgers and sandwiches are $10, $12 to $14. But we don't have an outlier that's $48 out there, okay? So, you know, we can have a price point that's small, that it's a little bit more economical, like on the left-hand side here, or on the right-hand side, obviously rack of lamb, that would be a high-end menu. But I think it's important that when we're looking at menu development, we don't have all prices for all people. You know, if we're going to be fine dining, the prices need to be in that area. If we're going to be a value-based restaurant, the prices need to be in that area as well. All right. Again, we've got, here's a great contrast, if you will, between a cheap breakfast operation and an expensive breakfast operation. So anyway, there's nothing but choices out there. And that's one of the fun things about this project. All right. Key menu products. Again, you don't have to be all things to all people. And I have seen students overdo their menus. Okay. So I would suggest, you know, based on what Miss Baylie said earlier, I think there's a finite amount of items to have on the menu. I wouldn't go over that at all. Keep it exactly what the parameters are. Okay. But make sure that there's some diversity there. I've worked with other judges as well. They're also looking for cross-pollination, cross-usage of items. Do you have chicken on the menu only in one place? Do you have beef in the menu, pork in the menu? You know, we've seen concepts where they bring in 5 different proteins for just one item, and then all of a sudden you're kind of stuck. So think about proteins or other ingredients that could be used in multiple dishes that are going to be on that menu of your concept. All right. Again, key menu products, the elotes corn, we've seen that. That's a great item. Kind of hard to cook though in a competition, but I've seen crazier things happen. Gray's papaya, that's the hot dog stand up in upper New York City. It's been featured on TV a million times, but you know, hot dogs, what can I say? Beverage products, I'm sorry, let me just come down here again. We really don't look at too much on the beverage products, certainly no alcohol beverage at all, but often students will do smoothies, they'll do coffee, they'll do, you know, one of the biggest, I'm doing a class right now called Bar and Beverage Operations. I've got 24 students in the class, bar and beverage operations, and 5 of them are doing coffee or tea shops. So that's a big emerging trend right now. It's a little bit cheaper to do a coffee shop than to build a regular restaurant where you need a fryer and a grease trap and an overhood exhaust fan. So as a result, beverages are a key part of any operation, as you know. All right. Here's the menu concept as well. And I think that, again, for this project, you've got to be able to show a real menu that people would be looking at. That's part of the package. And so I've seen some clever stuff. I've seen students do it on a chalkboard like it is on the right-hand side. I've seen it where they, again, using Word and using, you know, Adobe and all that. I've seen some fantastic work that winds up being in a laminated menu. It's the kind of stuff that we would see if we were to go out anyway. So, and bear in mind that the other judges are probably restaurant owners, restaurant suppliers on the management side, as well as on the chef side as well. So bear in mind that we've got people that are actually selling these products to restaurants, and they look at it from a different perspective. You know, how about a logo? You know, we come up with great ideas. In fact, I will give a shout out there to Chef Ellen and Chef, drawing a blank for a second. It'll come back to me in a second. But, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead, help me.
Jesse DeLulo.
Jesse DeLulo, yes, but Cabin in the Woods. Huh, okay. You guys had the concept, and you know, I think that was one of the things that pushed you guys over the top. Your logo, the cabin, the mountains in the background, the smoke coming out of the chimney, it looked like an established restaurant. And so I think it's so important that we allow our students to get creative, to look at different logos. There's a whole bunch of different logos there, and that's branding. All right. So, you know, Cabin in the Woods was branded, and that was the cool thing about that particular project. But, you know, really think about a logo that you can come in with, because then you're going to put that all through your trade dress, and that's a great advantage. All right. Again, we kind of looked at this, that's a duplicate one. What about music? You know, you're going to have piped in music, again, live entertainment. I've had students come up with concepts, your students, not mine, where, yeah, we're going to have, you know, poetry reading at 6 o'clock with a folk guitarist or something along those lines. Or there might be music that's being piped in. You know, the students probably don't realize this, but, you know, if you're going to have a restaurant, and you're going to play Lady Gaga over the sound system, Lady Gaga wants a piece of the action, okay? And so as a result, BMI and ASCAP, the American Society of Composers, Artists, and Performers, they want a royalty if their music is creating ambiance in your operation. And there's a bunch of attorneys out there that work for them. They go out and they sue people. So bear that in mind, that there are legalities if we're just going to have somebody, you know, start playing somebody's CDs. All right. Live entertainment it does not matter. If you're playing the radio or if you're playing the TV, like in a sports bar, there's no ASCAP or BMI fees for that. So anyway, bear in mind that music is part of the ambiance of what creates the whole package for a concept. All right. We want to know, what does the table look like? You know, earlier I said, is it a fine dining operation or bare bones? Well, fine dining is on the left. That would be where that rack of lamb was being served. And on the right-hand side, that's pretty much bare bones. And we see that in so many places these days, especially with COVID. Everything is bare bones and it's sanitized in between each use. So again, ProStart bill has not been affected by COVID, I don't believe. So that's, I need to check the news report and see if that's happened yet. But I think so far, ProStart is in a bubble and they haven't been affected. All right. Again, more entertainment, iHeartRadio. If you're, you know, very good concept. I am not too sure if you are playing iHeartRadio, if you are subject to those fees, because as I mentioned earlier, if you're playing the radio station has paid those fees and it's on the open airways. And iHeartRadio sort of is on the open airways, but it's coming through your computer. So they're very interesting. We've got a DJ on the right-hand side. So a lot of times we may have an in-house DJ. We may have, could be an outsourced person coming in. But again, the same rules apply. If he's going to start playing, you know, Snoop Dogg, we want to make sure that we've got the proper licensing so we can do those. All right. Again, there's another table look on the left-hand side, farm to table concept. Again, it's kind of not a bad idea in ProStart bill, where the agriculture community would love that place. All right. Hey, what's the staff going to look like here? Okay, sometimes we have to kind of describe what we're looking for from a management team perspective or whatever. So, you know, we might have people on the left-hand side. We might have the people that are on the right-hand side. It's you never know what you're going to get. All right. And I will say that the staff profile, what I really mean here is, how are we dressing them? We come back to the uniform thing, but it's also hygiene, it's training, it's dialogue. All of those things roll into one. All right. Of course, then we have the management profile. All right. Do we want to have a management team that's in a suit and tie every day? Or on the right-hand side, are tats okay? All right. Now, I've been around for a while, and some of you have also, and it used to be on the right-hand side, hey, you're going to have to cover those up. Those are no longer the rules there, everybody. For the most part, you know, the hospitality industry is evolving just like people are evolving. And that is the norm now when we go into restaurants anywhere in the state. So, but in any event, the management profile then kind of dictates how the staff performs as well. So another great idea that could be a line item in your concept development, all right? I mentioned service standards, and so here we've got a nice crisp looking server on the left-hand side pouring wine. And then on the right-hand side, we've got a cook taking a break, maybe outside back there. So anyway, we want to make sure that we've got rules that affect the way our staff behaves, and that includes hygiene rules as well. I don't think that's a requirement here for the ProStart program, but I love that picture, all right? And again, we come back to the uniform thing, but you know, again, in a competition when everybody is dressed alike, and it can be something as simple as black shoes, black Wrangler jeans, and black tops with a name tag. It could be that simple, all right? But in any event, uniforms really do set the tone, all right? More uniform stuff here. You know, I used the term trade dress earlier, and these are just examples of, you know, the big name restaurants that we've all come to learn. You know, the thing about these guys, Applebee's on the right-hand side, you know, that's, you know, they changed everything. It's your neighborhood place. They've got those attractive awnings. But when they change, every store in the nation changes, okay? And the whole idea there for that trade dress is branding, trade recognition. You know, I was going to say that I was in Florida maybe 15 years ago, and I hadn't been to a Chili's in years and years and years. And we were driving along, and you know, Florida, you're on the highway going from the north to the south, pulled off an exit, and there was a Chili's. All right, hadn't been in a Chili's in probably 10 years, but I knew the menu and I recognized the logo. And when I went in there, everything was like it never changed. Okay. So that's what trade dress and branding is all about. Again, we see the same thing with Applebee's, Old Chicago, and you name their chain restaurant, they're trying to be consistent. What's fun about this is we get our students to figure out, what are we going to have an awning? What colors are they? You know, again, we could get into colors alone. We can have a blast with our students doing that kind of stuff. All right. This is a duplicate, so we'll skip this here. We're almost to the end of this, so thank you very much. You know, then it gets down to serviceware, and again, because of COVID, we've been eating out of these clamshell boxes the last year and a half, but the compostables on the right-hand side are really becoming popular. But for your students' concept, you know, they can do china and silverware and glassware, and then that can be washed and reused, and we're only using water that can be purified again and reused down the road. Or we can use items that are single use only, which has been very popular. Very big right now is the compostables made out of either cornstarch forks, knives and spoons, or cornstarch clamshell boxes, like on the left-hand side. We've seen those as well, all right? Again, here's if we are doing the hard silverware, great place settings there, knife, fork, spoon, and the nice china and the nice glassware. So yeah, the students get to play around with that. But you know, I'll tell you what, either way, I think it's very important that students know, how much does a salad fork cost? How much does an entree fork cost? And in this one picture, there are obviously two different sizes, as are two different size spoons. So, you know, sometimes it's a very good idea to have the students have an appreciation for the cost of things versus a disposable cornstarch spoon, 10 cents. All right. So my final comments here, preparing as a team is the best practice for winning a competition. You know, we're trying to put together 4 or 5 students for a culinary team, 4 students and 1 alternative. And the same thing is true for the management team as well. To get them working as a team, they've got to be working outside of class. They've got to know each other a little bit better. What'll happen is, okay, let's do menu costing. You do the burger, you do the sandwich, you do the meatloaf, and you do this. All of a sudden, you've got 4 costing examples done 4 different ways, okay? So, you know, there's gonna have to be a little bit more teamwork so everybody's working cohesively, all right? I mentioned at the end here that most judges are industry professionals. So bear in mind that as I'm just one of probably 20 judges that will be at the state competition. And again, I mentioned a lot of chefs from hotels. We'll have a lot of chef owners, and we'll have a lot of suppliers that come from Cisco Foods, Shamrock Foods, and U.S. Food Service. And what were their jobs before U.S. Food Service? Yes, they were chefs. They were restaurant managers. That's exactly right. All right. So with that, I'll turn it back to the class here and or to the boot camp group. I'll stop sharing. And are there any questions that I can answer, or would you like to start a dialogue in anything?
I have a question, Jackson. Can you
in your years of as a judge, maybe remember questions that the judges asked the students that you thought, oh, that was a question, and the students sort of fell maybe that you thought that's a really good question, more students should know about?
Yeah, a very good question, Paula. And I kind of alluded to that with the cross-pollination or cross-use of menu items. We can't come up with a 6-item menu and have 6 different proteins and then all of the other side items that go with that. So we've got to get creative so that we're going to be throwing food out and that's going to lead to food waste. So I've seen those types of questions asked. I've seen questions regarding hours that might lead to conflicts with the way the community is set up. To be honest with you, typically I'm alone as we judges are moving from one booth to the other, and the other judges have moved on. All right. But my specialty is menu costing. So let's come back to that. Again, I take a look at Paula, I will say that I have a working knowledge of prices in my head. I can tell you the difference between a bone-in chicken breast and a boneless, skinless chicken breast, okay? A lot of students can't do that. So when I'm taking a look at costing, I also understand the value of the portion sizes, okay? We've talked in the past, Paula, I've had students come up with I've got a concept for a salad. It's a Caesar salad with 16 ounces of romaine. Oh my goodness, 16 ounces of romaine. That's the giant box of chopped lettuce that you get at Sprouts that you can make 20 salads with, okay? So sometimes the students don't understand that bread, pasta, and salads are illusions when it comes to portioning. All right. What we want to try to do is realize that a 16-ounce salad you could never finish. All right. So those are the kinds of things that we look for. And I think the other issue is I've seen the situation where there might be a question and the team has to huddle together to come up with the right answer. And then they come back collectively with an answer. And I've seen that on the national level as well. And again, a lot of time it's asking the students to clarify their concept, okay? So if going in, their concept is very, very clear and they followed your punch list or your bullet points on what that concept should have, they're gonna weather the storm very well. Good question, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I've got a question for you.
Okay, Alex.
So one of the things that I think you mentioned that I also agree with that's very important is the mentorship for these teams.
Yes, sir.
I was kind of wondering for teams that may not have a mentor right now and coming into the holiday season, I know hotels and restaurants are a little bit busy right now. How would you recommend they approach a possible mentor or somebody that they're hoping to mentor them?
Every community is different, Alex, that's for sure. And, and every teacher is different. It's kind of funny. We've got people in the room today that they might go out for dinner 5 nights a week. I'm not one of those people. So as a result, I don't have as many contacts as some other people have going out into the world. But I will say, let's go back and reflect on Audra's relationship with the Chili Corporation, okay? I think Chili's got involved with Grandview High School just because they were Chili's, and Chili's recognized, hey, if we can latch on to a high school and help them be successful, their students will never forget us. I really think that was the marketing plan behind that. And I still remember that now for 10 years. So I think that it doesn't have to be some, fancy tavernetta type of a chef that we're looking to go after, but it could actually be a more of a chain that's looking to do community good in your area. And again, we see those chains in the mountain towns as well. So, but also, Alex, you said it best. We're going into the Christmas season. We've got Christmas parties. Everybody's working overtime, and it's almost the worst time of the year to put that ask out there. Very cool. Hey, okay. I was gonna say, if you want, I've got my video queued up that it really talks about a teaching philosophy that I think all of us probably are doing, but I don't know if we've got time to share that or not. It's only a minute and 30 seconds, but it's pretty, I think it says a lot. What do you think, Alex?
Please.
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
All right, let me see if, hey, Alex, real quick. I normally at Metro State, we work with Microsoft Teams and making sure audio comes with us. Is there a separate audio button I have to hit here, or do I just have to? Paula says
No, you should be
no.
good. Yeah.
All right, let's see what we can do here.
There are days when I realize that I may have said something, I may have done something, or a demonstration where I see the light bulb go off above my student's head, like I've imparted knowledge that they've never seen before. And that's a great day, okay? But then there are days when students come in and they teach me something. Those are the best days. And so I look forward to both those scenarios every day in the classroom. Coming out of COVID, we're trying to put the wheels back on the hospitality industry. So I find it's a whole brand new set of challenges, and we're meeting those challenges. All hope is not lost. There's a generation out there that thinks the way I did many years ago. People always have to eat. There's always going to be an opportunity there. Here we are trying to retool the next generation so that we can go forward and be successful. As we look forward in the hospitality industry, one of the biggest challenges is attracting and retaining good employees. Be the mentor, be the teacher. If people aren't going to learn from you, they're not going to stick around. So think about attracting the best and the brightest, and think about how you're going to retain them, and we retain them through education.
Great, Jackson. Thank you.
All right. Hey, you know what? I am delighted and honored that the CRA chose me for that. But every teacher in the room, that could be you. That is you. That's what we do. We are dedicated.
Yep, it's indeed the truth. Any other questions from anyone who are still with us? You got one?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about the concepts, and I know obviously COVID's going to be a big theme this year. And Val kind of talked about it earlier on about how judges would like you to look at the hot trends of the current year, or maybe something in recent years. And I was wondering how much weight is put on that by the judges. So would the judges ask questions about COVID-19? Would they sort of like you to mention that? I know you mentioned that maybe ProStart's in a bubble, but I'm kind of wondering, are the judges going to be conscious about restaurants that have adapted to more takeout customers or things like that?
Alex, that's a great question. And to be honest with you, I don't know. But I will tell you this. So the NRA EF reached out to me last week inviting me to be a national judge. They're trying to get it all together right now. I would assume what national wants to have happen then will trickle down and will be enacted on the state level as well. So I would imagine we're going to get any rule changes from the National Restaurant Association, okay? On the other hand, Alex, we're trying to get back to normal. And I think that what we want to try to do is present concepts and menus moving forward. And as I said, trying to put the wheels back on the hospitality industry. But that's a very good point. And I think we probably have, let's try to get an answer by the first of the year so that our teachers know that, okay? And I'll pick up the ball on my end, and I'll go right back to National today with an email, all right?
Okay, yeah, because I think something that's interesting about that is getting back to normal, but with the knowledge of what's already happened in the past few years. So that I don't think restaurants are ever going to be 100% what they were before COVID. So I'm kind of interested to see if judges want to react to, do you have a plan for to-goes? Do you have things like that? So
Is there a hybrid? Yeah, exactly right. And again, using that word hybrid, which means you can go either way. And that's exactly what our industry has pivoted to and done. So very good observation, Alex. And let me pursue a higher power to get that answer, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Very, very good. Is there anything else I can answer for anybody? All righty. Well, I'm just kind of looking at the names out there. Kirsten McDonald, I get your emails all the time. Youth Entity, you guys are crushing it up in Carbondale. Keep up the good work there. Sarah George, is she here today? Sarah, I had one of your former students in my office yesterday, Dolores Maloney. So I said, you must be Sarah's former student. So having gone to Englewood High School. So anyway, I'm delighted to have been able to interact with so many people over the years. There's Val Bailey's name on the screen. So we've seen her over the years. And anyway, love everybody. And if there's no other questions, I'm going to take my leave so you can get on to the plating portion of your program. All right?
Thank you so much, Jackson.
Merry Christmas to
sorry,
all.
can I ask a question?
Wait, yes, Val has a question. Yes.
I have a question, just procedure-wise. Can you kind of go over how it's actually going to look with the judges and how they're going to rotate, how that's going to work for the students, the actual event, the competition?
Well, I'll tell you what, some of the photos that I showed earlier were on the competition floor. I can beam that up, but I will say that on the management side, well, for what we've done on the management side for the last couple of years is, the management team is not with the culinary team. They're usually in another room altogether. And it's usually a one-on-one with the judges, okay? But everybody's all together in one room. And again, just like on the culinary side, they get a 10-by-10 booth. The same thing is true on the management side. And so, you walk down the line and there's I know we only have 8 or 10 management teams in this competition. You'll all be in one line and you're all checking each other out. That's for sure. And then they're all going to say, here come the judges. So it's that's about as much as I can tell you, Val. In previous years, I've judged over at Johnson & Wales. That's where we held the competition. And we would be, kind of in that funky hallway all the way down with different booths set up.
Right.
So how we set it up at the Gaylord, I know they have a tremendous amount of space there. I'm sure they'll have everybody spread out so nobody's too uncomfortable being on top of each other.
And you listened to me this morning about that 1 minute elevator speech of an overall concept, because there's going to be 4 different sets of judges that come in, and and so they're going to be different judges all the time, right?
I think on the national level, their goal is consistent judging. And so they said to me, I need you to judge the 50 teams the same way all the time over a 2-day period, okay? And if you can't do that, we don't want you. Well, I would imagine the same thing is true. Paula hasn't given me the rules yet, but again, we need to be consistent across the board. And by doing that, Val, we need to ask the same questions all the time. We can't ask an easy question of one team and a hard question of the other. We got to keep the playing field level. So that is to be determined. And I'm sure that we'll have a meeting of the judges prior to the competition. So that'll all be, in fact, that's exactly what we do on the national level. I got to get there the night before so we can have the judges roundtable and go over the rules and regulations of said competition.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah.
My pleasure. Hey, I'm sorry to lose your daughter, but you've gained a son-in-law, right?
Yes, he's awesome.
Okay. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank
All right,
you.
everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you after the first of the year. And I will follow up, Alex, with those rules regarding COVID with the National Restaurant Association Education Foundation. All right?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, everybody. Bye-bye.
3, 2, 1.
All right, that's all you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. One or two of you, I actually may recognize your name, Miss Sullivan. Hello, hello, hello. Recorder, yep, yes, I know I've got it, so I'm gonna acknowledge. Miss Queen, hello, hello. Forgive me if I have presented for you in the past and I didn't mention you. My brain's a little fried today, but happy Friday. So my name is Chef Steve. I go by Chef Steve. Feel free to call me Chef Steve. If you forget, sorry, it's still going to be Chef Steve. So as I even present and tell my students, I'm going to tell you guys the same thing. 2 rules in my classes is have fun and have more fun. So what we're actually going to do today is try and break down how deceptively simple it is to make a chefy, elegant, foo-foo plate of food, kind of how I call it. And what makes it deceptively simple is just when you learn, all you need to do is figure out basically the rules. And when you learn what those techniques are, it's really easy. And it actually doesn't even matter what you use. There are actually content creators out there on Instagram that are making just awesome looking plates of food using Cheetos and Vienna sausages, okay, because they're following the science rules. And it's actually that easy to teach as well. As long as we follow the guidelines of making a plate, anybody can do it. It's really just like any other type of art. And what makes, for music, for example, you know, you're probably not going to get Cardi B mixed up with, say, Metallica. Okay, but it's both music. But how does it sound different? Why does it sound different? Country music, R&B, rap, metal, okay, rock. What makes them sound different is the rules for those genres. Plating is no different. You're probably not going to get Picasso mixed up with Rembrandt, okay, because rules. Once we figure out what those presentation and art rules are for a plate, it opens up the whole world. Another phrase I like to use, you guys, is nobody knew how to do a happy little tree until Bob Ross showed us how to do a happy little tree. Draw your line with a fan brush, tap it out, poof, there you have a tree. And then you can put that tree anywhere you want on your canvas. Our medium today is food, okay? So this is gonna be a little more art and visual presentation lesson than food per se, because I'm just using stuff I got at Safeway this morning. So as kind of a little icebreaker, I'm going to hijack the presentation. Hello, hello. Oh, yes, Westminster and Ms. Gomez. Hello, hello. Oh, got a couple of you. Nice. Westminster ProStart. Good stuff. Okay, so share. And then, wait a minute. It's live TV, guys. What are we going to do? Are we going to edit this afterwards? We should edit because I might have a few things that we're going to need to edit. Okay.
Well,
we can
have the
edit.
same issues.
So let's see, slideshow, presentation, home screen. I thought I was ready, but I'm not. There we go. Flip back over here. Share screen, perfect. Okay. If I have presented to you in the past, I apologize. Some of my shtick is the same stuff. But how many movies have you liked to watch more than once, even though you know the jokes? So if I did this right, you guys should be looking at my high school slide, and we've got some mushrooms that are on fire. So little flambe action there. Now, when it's an accident, what do we call it? We call it a fire. When it's on purpose, it's called a flambe. So when you're starting a plate or thinking ahead of what you want to present, how you want the food to present, we always come back to knife cut. So it's always never going to go away. I still know chefs and instructors to this day that have horrible knife technique, and our visuals start with our knife technique. And every single one of these, with the exception of the dreaded tournée here, let me turn my laser pointer on. With the exception of the dreaded tournée, these are all done exactly the same, from the brunoise to a fine julienne, a chiffonade, to our rondelles with our pinch grip and claw. So we really want to stress this in the class. Pinch grip, claw, fingertips hold. Another phrase I like to use, you guys, is fingertips hold the food, knuckle is going to guide the knife. All right, so let's run you guys through the same sort of gambit I like to run students through. Somebody give me a price. What do you think this plate would cost? Either drop it into chat or come off mute and fire away. Just by looking at it, what do you think it would cost? Might help if I opened the chat. Good job, chef. Okay, we've got 12, 15. Okay, I like it. We got a 20 in there, 20s, 10, okay. Now let's figure out what's on this plate. I'll give you guys a hint, it's breakfast. What do you guys think this round disc is? What do you think the round disc might be, knowing this is a breakfast item? Nothing. There we go. Nope. Miss Thomas, sorry, not a cinnamon roll. Nope. Not shortcake. Not a biscuit. Ooh, cronut. I love it. Yum. Nope. All right, I'll come clean, you guys. This is French toast. So why didn't you guys think French toast right off the bat? I have a guess, probably because it doesn't look like French toast. Why doesn't it look like French toast? Shape. Exactly, because it's round, because of shape. Big secret number one, if I can present the food in a way the guest isn't expecting, I've just caused an emotional response. That's our whole goal with any art, is to cause an emotional response. In our case, it's visual. So if you order French toast and it comes out in a little circle, ooh, wow, okay. You're now primed to appreciate the art and the creativity that's gone into the visual design. So we had a couple guesses, even at $20, but look visually here at the relative size. So here's a strawberry. Oh, and if you're curious, this is just a fried wonton wrapper, and then we've got some sorbet and a sugar stick, some dots of strawberry syrup, a drizzle of caramel or caramel, some powdered sugar, maybe some cinnamon sugar as well on here. This is actually strawberry French toast, is all this is. But look at the relative size. We have strawberry here. This piece of French toast is probably only about the size of a silver dollar. So I probably wouldn't be charging $20 for this. Most likely, this would be a free amuse-bouche. If you're not familiar with that term, that's French for mouth happy, happy mouth, make the mouth happy. It's the fine dining version of the free breadsticks or the chips and salsa, where we've actually put design and form and function into that thank you bite of food. Actually, it's just strawberry French toast is all it is. So if we were to use this as a dessert in its relative size, probably could still only get maybe $11.99 out of it, because it would still just be a strawberry and maybe, like a biscuit or a cronut or a crumpet or take your pick, because it's definitely not going to be big enough to probably get $20 out of it. And of course, most likely, as I said, probably an amuse-bouche, but a great representation of our two key factors, to switch gears to the design fundamentals here. Height and negative space is our two key factors we always want to pay attention to. And then the rest of the design elements kind of fall behind that. Height, negative space. Us chefs love to stack the heck out of things, and that's because of height. Okay? These are our basic design fundamentals. The two big rules first, though, height and negative space. But shapes, angles, shadows, lines, depth of field. Now we're getting into some real design fundamentals. Proper framing of your subject, the rule of thirds, use of odd numbers. These are all important factors that we want to focus on. Mother Nature has beauty figured out a long time ago, right? There's not a lot of even numbers in nature. Think that elusive four-leaf clover, just in terms of visuals and beauty. Let's break this plate down real quick, you guys. We've got a pistachio brittle, 3 scoops of sorbet, a chocolate ganache, and that's it. And then our final garnish. Any guesses? It does kind of look like gold leaf here. I'll tell you guys, I'll give you a hint. It's not gold leaf. Any guesses as to what this drizzled garnish, not drizzled, but garnish that's over on top might be? What do you think? Okay, that's actually a pretty fair guess. Puffed rice, it's not. Puffed rice wouldn't potentially work with this dish. You're close with peanut, but there's a specific reason it's probably not going to be peanut, but we'll say crushed nut. This is another kind of big secret when we're looking for, there we go. Yep, exactly. Chopped pistachios. When we're looking for inspiration for an additional item, specifically maybe to garnish, we're going to find items that are already used in the dish and then repurpose them somehow. So we've most likely, these are going to be toasted pistachios that were used in the brittle. So then it would make the most sense not to use peanuts or conflicting flavor. We'll just reuse, we'll take some of those toasted pistachios that weren't in the brittle, chop them, and then add to that flavor profile on the plate, repurposing an existing item already in the dish. We'll do that a lot with herbs as well. So we probably have lemon or mango sorbet here. This could be pistachio sorbet. My guess is probably a lime, and then most likely strawberry or raspberry. So 3 different, this actually probably is mango and not lemon, excuse me. This one's going to be lemon or lime, most likely. Negative space is huge. So relative size to the size of the plate as well. When we're looking to plate a plated dessert. Now, if we're looking at, say, a buffet style, or a past hors d'oeuvre style, the rules are a little different. That's where we want to have mirror images and symmetry on the plate. A plated dessert, we're going to actually want to have it appear where everything on that plate goes for one guest. So there's a couple different rules, and that's where a lot of that height comes into play, that main height element, as opposed to multiple items. Aside from kind of the obvious, one person is probably not going to kill 3 scoops of sorbet. I don't know, maybe I might, but this would be a shared plate. But we kind of have a little bit of both. Oh, and then of course my discussion on, oops, I forgot to hide these. My discussion slides for presenting to high school students, but let's take a look at these visuals. So these are all student pictures from Escoffier actually. And the big key here is negative space. Even with this lava cake here, you guys, in the overall frame of the photograph, which isn't even on a plate, it might be some slate a slate tile type presentation. Still a lot of negative space. We're not doing Waffle House here. So if you're not familiar fundamentally with negative space, that means don't cover the whole plate. So the background, also you will hear it called white space as well. Oh, and then of course there's our campus. So I'm going to stop sharing and we're back. Questions at all about anything, you guys? Feel free to fire away. Give you a second to think through that while I wash my hands. First thing we do in the kitchen, always wash our hands. Actually, to put our hair up. Yeah, I don't have that problem. So we're gonna do a quick hand wash here. In Arapahoe County, we don't have a, or at least we didn't pre-COVID, glove up requirement for food ready to eat. I haven't actually been in the field since COVID in a restaurant, so I can't speak to it. But if you have standards in your kitchen, if you have standards in your classrooms, we'll make sure, of course, our students follow those. And then, of course, for ProStart competition, I believe you must wear gloves for ready to eat food. So the right way, the wrong way, and what we say chef's way, right? So step one is after we wash our hands, is we want to polish our plate. And the way we do that, a little bit of acidulated water. So I use just white vinegar and water. And that's going to get rid of any organics left behind. So I just kind of will go both directions. Of course, on a clean plate, soap and water, rinse, sanitize. Okay. Real big heads up for competition, you guys. If I'm judging two plates and they're identical, taste, appearance, everything being equal, and one plate's got a big thumbprint on it and the other one doesn't, guess who's getting the 10 points and who's getting the 9 points? So polish your plate. Acidulated water. White vinegar is the cheapest. Go ahead.
What would be the ratio of vinegar to water, just so we know and we don't go and end up having a plate full of vinegar?
That's a good question. I've never thought about it, so now let me think through this here. Probably 4-to-1 at what I would say, at least or at most. At the highest concentration, I would say 4-to-1. Or 3-to-1, 3 parts water, 1 part vinegar. For this guy, which is a 1/4 cup, I put 2/3. Let's see if it can even come up on the, there we go. That has a tiny little splash, like barely a teaspoon of vinegar in it. So if that'll kind of give you a relative ratio, maybe 10-to-1 even. Again, I've never measured it. Quite literally is I splash the water in there and a bunch of water, and then I'll put a little splash of vinegar. So not much at all in terms of the acid. You can use lemon juice as well. Vinegar is just cheaper. White vinegar is cheaper. So we've got a perfectly polished plate. Now let's think through what we have. Everything is about color, is about height, is about texture, angles, lines, shadows, shapes. Now, remember I said our goal, our key is to cause an emotional response, okay? We've all seen this 100,000 million times. Take your food, put it right in the middle, nice, even, balanced, okay? It's symmetrical, it makes sense, it's peaceful, it's calm. There's no emotion here. Watch how easy it is to cause an emotional response. If you have any kind of OCD at all, like me, nothing wrong with that, that's wigging you out a little bit. Okay, it's crooked, it's not dead center. Big secret number 1, or number 2, because shape was number 1, is I just caused an emotional response by not having it perfectly symmetrical, not having all the parallel lines. Okay, we want, and I can't remember if it's right brain or left brain, you guys, but we want things to be even, symmetrical, balanced, parallel. That's peaceful to us. That's one side of our brain. The other side of our brain, chaos, emotional response. So we've primed the brain to appreciate the visuals. Now, in my example here, I put a bunch of, I've got to repolish the plate here. But we'll just give it a quick wipe here real quick. Now, what was the key with the French toast? The takeaway was shape. So if we've, or this is a little 7-layer brownie. I bought it Safeway this morning. Okay, you would expect it to be square. That's completely what you would expect when ordered. But if we were to easily, let's just say, take our knife, using our proper technique here, and see, now I have 3 odd numbers, use of odd numbers here. I can now play with how I want to present this to the guest. Okay, I can just stack it and twist it. I can lean it. So all of these different techniques are going to change the angles, the lines, the shadowing, the shape, the overall visual presentation. I can do a little flight of 3. So now we've changed it to more of a shared plate type style, or where I could do something identical on all 3, or I could do something different with each one and have choices, but that translates visually to a shared type item, okay? But let's break things down even simpler over here with some sauces. Now this here is just Smucker's raspberry jam. That's all, and I've added some water to thin it out. So that's gonna be my red, maybe it could be a gastrique, could be a compote, could be any sort of classic dessert sauce for demo, Safeway, okay? Because I don't necessarily care when I'm talking visuals. And I went ahead and I got the Tarani brand, the expensive, air quotes, the expensive sauce, as opposed to just the Hershey stuff. In a restaurant, of course, we're gonna make it from scratch, not only for quality, but to be in control of the color, the thickness, how it's going to react when I go to plate it up, whether I'm doing the caramel or a ganache or chocolate syrup. So now let's talk about that technique process. Let me grab another spoon here real quick. Let's talk about the technique. Remember, we talked how to do a happy little tree, there's a technique. Well, to how to do a dot, how to do a drizzle, there's technique. And then the art side, I want to work from the background forward, from the background closer. So I'm going to do the bottom layer first and then stack upon it. So we have, which I shaped the heck out of, we have our store-bought caramel or caramel, same thing. So let's pretend I just pulled this right out of the saucepan that I made the caramel in. And we're going to do a dot. How do we do a dot without having a squirt bottle? Some on the spoon. I use 2 hands, you guys, because coffee, you're going to let it fall off the spoon. Let me double check my angles here. Let's do it this way for camera. Let it fall off the spoon and then flatten it and let it drip and keep that stream in the center so you can end up with a dot. I want to work typically in odd numbers, whether that's 3s, 5s, 7s. Bigger dot, you let it fall off longer, but keep that stream in the middle and let gravity work. So let's do 3 of different sizes. So we got 3 dots. Now this isn't going to be my primary visual here because I'm dealing with parallel lines. I'm going to end up having some other technique on this plate. Essentially, kind of, I really like Jackson Pollock, and I'm kind of Pollock inspired. Pollock, right, he would do all of that splatter of color, but then in a lot of his paintings, he would just have a big rectangle that would go across the whole piece. Not recreating or plagiarizing any Pollock work here. That's just my inspiration. What I've found I end up really liking. my plates that are sort of Pollock-esque. So chocolate here. So that's how you do dots. Let's do a smear. So we got our chocolate ganache here, chocolate syrup. I'm going to turn the plate slightly for angles. And let's put a big dot right here. And this is how you do that smear. I'm not very good at it, but here's the technique, you guys. Do a big dot. And then when you go to grab the spoon or to sweep the spoon, when you go. If you try to do it really slow, it'll end up looking all jagged and janky. So set your spoon just a little bit off center and sweep. And that's how you do that. Deceptively simple technique. Now let's start building everything else. Obviously in the restaurant, we're not going to do this. Oh, I'm not on the front camera, but let's clean that spoon real quick. Yum. That is so rude. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not making anybody jealous. Actually, yes, I do hope so. Okay, so now let's take, actually, change my mind. Let's take our red and let's do a little drizzle. Let's see if we can get this to work. And I'm going to try to go with a different angle here and just letting it fall off the spoon. So now I want to consider my height, which I'm going to build by stacking my 7-layer brownie here. I'm also paying attention to all the interacting lines. If I can avoid it, I want to try to avoid as many parallel lines as possible. It's just a personal style. Okay, maybe something like that. And by the way, you guys, I am totally making this up as I go along. This is not a physical design that I've done before. I'm making it up to show you how simple it is if you just follow the guidelines. What else do you think we can do? Let's have a little fun. We've got, again, we would make this from scratch or use, where is it? My whipped cream charger. I bought it, but I didn't get the whipped cream dispenser. I didn't get any of the nitrous oxide containers, so it's basically useless. Those are on the way from Amazon. I'm sure you guys have been there before. So we still have the store-bought ready whip for now. But again, deceptively simple. So let's put a little bit of whipped cream. How about right here? Yeah, kind of happy with that. And a classic that I absolutely love, still to this day, is powdered sugar. I absolutely love powdered sugar dusted on desserts. There are many chefs that feel it's played out and done out and really 80s. Yes, I agree. It's personal preference, you guys. Personally, I still love doing it. But another technique we can do and trick is we can work with voids. So take just anything, sheet tray, small cutting board here, and mask off what you would maybe want to cover, and then tap the side of your strainer. And that will give you control over your powdered sugar, as opposed to shaking it everywhere or doing the emerald with his powdered sugar duster at the end, you know, bam, and then you got powdered sugar that goes everywhere. So there's a technique for everything. A technique for everything. As long as I focus on the design fundamentals, you can make a chefy foo-foo plate of food. My hands are not steady at all. Thank you, though. But that's why I use two hands, Ms. Gomez, because coffee. So let's get a little close up here. I'm going to get some of this out of the way. again, live TV. We can edit this later. Okay. There's my floor. There we go. So all this is a 7-layer brownie from the Safeway Bakery, bottled chocolate syrup, bottled caramel syrup. I know I do love my granite countertops too, actually. And all I did is slightly repurpose it by cutting it into thirds and a little dust of powdered sugar. Negative space, angles, lines, shadows, shape, color, height. Proper framing of the subject. As you see, the focal point is not dead center in the plate. It's not off in a corner to make it look dramatically imbalanced. Okay, that's when you go too far one direction. And I haven't taken away from the primary item. It's still going to be that caramely coconut brownie. Deceptively simple is a key phrase I like to tell my students. Basically, you guys, because that's how my brain worked, I didn't find an artistic outlet until I found out I learned how to plate. And I learned this was my artistic level of creativity. And last but not least, I like to rotate the plate because I might want to present it to the guest in a different orientation than I actually designed it. And then of course I would design it, I would reproduce that plate from that orientation moving forward. But you would then tell your servers, this would say, if I want it this way, I would say, this is 6 o'clock, would be right here. As the guest looks down, it's like they're looking at a clock. So, yeah, I would have that be 6 o'clock. So present it that way. So now that you guys know some of the secrets, you could very easily teach plating, reproduce plating. I like to tell students, if you're stuck, just start cutting. Just try. Dot, drizzles, the smear. If you use the Hershey stuff, it doesn't smear very well. It's way too thin, and it doesn't really hold that smear shape. But it's really deceptively simple is that key phrase that I like to use, because I was intimidated by art and creativity. And I still am to this day. But food has been my outlet because I was taught the techniques. And when I learned the techniques, it just kind of all clicked that it's just technique and it's deceptively simple. So simple, I would say that, wow, we have a whole hour, you guys, but I only took 35 minutes. Questions, fire away. Thank you, Val. Appreciate. I do love my counter. This is actually my kitchen, you guys. I know, a little jealous. One reason my wife and I picked this place is we really kind of scored a awesome kitchen. So savory, great question. Your painter's palette is different. The rules are the same. Height, negative space is what you start with. You want to go with a rainbow of colors, and then you would refer back to the color wheel. And then a good mental place to be in is, what goal am I trying to fulfill with this additional item in terms of visuals? And then, okay, so I need something maybe that's red. Well, then your next step of your brain would go to, what are things that would fit our primary hero? Like, what can I put that's red with a steak? Oh, I don't know, red peppers would potentially work well. A tomato salsa, potentially. then you would go, okay, you could go into the world of chilies, you can go tomato, you can go watermelon if you're doing something light and fresh for the summer, like a street taco or something like that. I'm making this up as I go along. So the idea is, what's the overall goal? Same thing when we are working through recipe development. We say, well, I need something that's an acid here. Well, now what are examples of acid? Well, there's citrus, there's vinegars. Now, what are some examples of citrus? And so you basically work from a higher generalization, if you will, and then figure out examples that fit into that category. So savory, the rules are the same. A little less negative space you can get away with if you're doing a composed dish, a protein, starch, and a vegetable. You actually can kind of flip it. In the world of desserts, oh, see, it fell over. Actually still works though. In the world of desserts, your portion size is going to be smaller. Maybe 6 ounces or 4 ounces total item on the plate in the world of desserts. And so you can get away with more negative space. And so we actually work with a rule of about 40% negative space when it comes to desserts. So we're going to cover up 60% of our total visual. In the world of savory, you kind of flip it where, excuse me, I had that backwards, guys. I'm sorry. Where you'll have 60% covered, 40% negative space in savory. For dessert, you'll flip it, where you would go with, apparently I can't words today, where you would go with 60% negative space in the world of, if you wanted to really break it down into the math, sciencey side. So you can cover up, in simple terms, you can cover up more plate on the savory side, but your rules are the same. Now, texture is interesting. Texture is interesting because it applies to 2 different categories. You've got a mouthfeel texture, and then there's visual texture. And there's soft rules for each. The key takeaway is variety. So if we're strictly going with our visual brain, you want to have multiple textures. If it's just one texture, then picture, you can still have multiple colors, but it's still going to be orange peel drywall. Okay, essentially, even though you might have more than one color, it's still going to have that same visual. So you're going to want to break that up, some being bumpy, some being smooth. Okay, so it's about variety, but not going too far as to where it's just chaos, to where there's just things are too loud. On the taste side of things, there are still those hard and fast rules, a little bit of variety, but not chaos wise. So great question. What about, assuming, and that was kind of a relatively open-ended question, Paula, but what about textures? So you still want some variety, but you don't want mass chaos. Every question there. Let me scroll through chat here. Yep. So what do you guys think I could charge for this plate that we saw? Your students are going to think in the 30s, 40s, 50s, but that's usually a misunderstanding of how fine dining works. Ah, sweet, $23, love it. This would cost in the restaurant 85 cents to make. So even in the mid-teens, that's probably pretty accurate there, you guys. Going to be 16, I would still feel is a little high because at the end of the day, quote unquote, it's still just a brownie. And even if I were to make the ganache from scratch, the caramel from scratch, it's still only just slightly more than the sum of its parts. And so even if you're for one thing, if you're at a high-end steakhouse, it might be a la carte, but you could get into what we call a prix fixe menu where it's a flat rate. So, and you would pick an app, maybe a soup, an entree, and a dessert. And so it would be more flat rate. But if you're in the a la carte for something simple like this, it's probably not going to be upwards of 16. It'd probably be more like 11, maybe 11.99. Even then, even with name recognition, let's say I'm Chef Ramsay, it's still just the sum of its parts. So you can go, you know, so far with name recognition until you're just gouging your guests. So, and the market, of course, will govern that. But yeah, I would say probably somewhere between 11 and I think 16 is just a touch high. But deceptively simple is the big takeaway. Height, negative space. It doesn't actually look that great from the head on, but my lighting isn't wonderful in my kitchen at this time of day. Ah, there we go. Thanks. It looks actually much better there. Probably could get away with a little more powdered sugar. Have a little more pop. But even without having the cover there for the voids, I can still, with control, instead of just randomly shaking it, I can have a pretty cool looking line there. And I don't recommend, okay, for competition, I don't recommend doing this, you guys, having the powdered sugar. Let me see if I can get the, there we go. Having the powdered sugar over the rim of the plate for competition. Most chef judges would mark that down. So you would stop at this workable area. Awesome, 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 awesome. Ooh, why? Here's why. Because as a general rule, is you can't necessarily trust that a server's not going to stick their finger in it. To be honest, potentially. Servers should have their fingers up anyway, but, uh-oh, PC battery's running low. Okay, servers should have their thumbs up to begin with, but just as a general rule, sometimes it looks cool, but I would say in competition, I would have judges. They would say, no, don't put anything on the rim of the plate. So good question. And I don't want my computer to die. Again, live TV, guys. What are you gonna do? I don't want the computer to die if we still have some more questions here, because we have a little bit of time left in the scheduled block. And I want to be available to you for that. There we go. Any questions about anything else?
I think you're being very thorough with the techniques, and now you're teasing everyone with your dessert, with, you know, how to approach this with something that, a way to like bring it down to simple pointers that are extremely valuable. Once you know those, you're like, oh, I see. It's like an aha moment.
Thank you. I hope I was able to communicate that. And that's just how my brain worked on it. And I found I'm able to relate that. It's, well, deceptively simple. So, yeah.
We have a question from Ms. Val. Ms. Val, go ahead.
Chef Steve, how do you, I don't know if the kids know or not, but your garnish has to be edible, correct?
As a hard and fast rule, yes, your garnish should be edible.
So for their starter, they can do a soup, a salad, or an appetizer. So what are some suggestions for a soup garnish, and how would you garnish a salad?
It's a good, really, really good question. So soup garnish, believe it or not, and this may actually answer the question as we talk this out. Let's take a minestrone, for example. All of those items in the soup that make it a minestrone, their vocabulary name, if you will, is garnish. Okay, so all of those items function as a garnish on top of or included with the broth. I would This is why they serve oyster crackers with chowder. Okay. That's where that would come from. So the herb, so again, where your brain starts is, what am I missing? So I'm missing some color. Okay, now what is an example? Taking chowder, for example. Okay, well, now what can we use? Well, pick an herb. And the key is a fresh herb that you would chiffonade or fine brunoise and not bruise up crazily. Tomato basil soup. Well, that's perfect. A garnish of basil, a garnish of fresh Parmesan potentially. So with a garnish, if you're not going to steal something that's already in the recipe, your brain should go to complementary items, complementary with color and complementary with flavor as well.
Thank you.
Yep. So how to garnish a salad, same thing. What are we missing? So then we think of an example. Oh, maybe chopped nut, maybe croutons. Maybe now I toast these croutons, or maybe I take a blowtorch to these croutons to do some char. So how would I do it versus what would I use to do it? Those are two different questions, really, because now it's a matter of creativity and coming up with an example of the goal. And whatever that goal is, am I missing a visual texture that I would like? Am I missing a color that I would like? So then that opens up the world, as opposed to just what Chef Steve recommends or what my ideas might be. This is where you and your students get to come up with your own ideas. And, you know, a lot of times it's easier to figure something out by eliminating what doesn't work, you know, like, oh, I need something red. Would I put watermelon on chicken street taco? Probably not. But if I was doing something mango salsa, see, that makes sense. So figure out what your goal is. In other words, what you're missing, and then come up with examples that make sense.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Great question.
Yeah.
Super
Great
awesome
job.
question. Yes, fun.
I learned some new stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Any other questions, anyone? If not, I mean, I think that here on, if we have any more questions, we can always brainstorm, come together, look at some videos, look at some, you know, magazines, look at the Instagrams, and then see what they're doing to get some sort of ideas and just inspiration, as so they call it.
Correct. Plagiarism bad, inspiration is genius. Creative people create, geniuses steal.
There you go. I love that. Well, thanks. You're dropping